and I, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have anything else. I'm sorry. I'm actually non-plussed. I'm totally non-plussed. I don't have anything. I totally get what you're saying. If he's supposed to be security, how the hell does he hold that position? That's your viewpoint of him. That means you're not really concerned about our safety at all. If you appoint somebody that you consider weak, like it makes no sense. I mean, I don't. There's moments like that where I think when people say, you know, Trump is losing it or not losing it, those are the moments where I think where there's no way Donald Trump says that in his first term. Like, he's like, oh, he should have been gone anyway. He's probably the thing. You heard some people in our house, great to have it, great to get rid of. They didn't know he existed. People in here. Donald Trump wouldn't have said that before because that's giving humility. Because it doesn't make any sense. But that was stunning to me. That's stunning. I have to say. Do you think his resignation is going to have an impact on MAGA's viewpoints or those people are, at this point, if you're still MAGA like that, you're a true believer. Like, there's only true believers. Like, people who vote for him who aren't true believers. But the people that you guys are calling MAGA, those are true believers. They're unfortunately, I got cut off, but I think he's absolutely right. You got cut off. No, I was saying that there's a good portion of them, the true believers like that, who would harm members of their own family to protect doctrine. At that point, you can't get to them. That's why he should have maybe in the middle of the street and get away with it because he couldn't.
Well, again, it'd be great, though I'm not expecting him for the media to follow up on that. Why did you hire him? But also in terms of, people wanting to be like, oh, Joe Kent's a hero. Just know that he's one of those January 6er types. He thought the FBI should be defunded. He is radical right wing. This is why he was selected in part. So just to be clear, he's not some fucking hero.
This man from Congress is about to die. I mean, there's Johnson. Oh, yeah, we played that yesterday. Oh, okay. I found that just like, it's unbelievable talking about a man who's almost in his deathbed. Make it a public in front of the world. I found it's classless, to be honest with you. It's just terrible. But I'm not surprised anymore what Donald Trump does and what Donald Trump says. That one surprised me today. Like I said, I'm really surprised. But that one surprised me today because it's so. That one is actually bizarre. Some things, like, you can't be devoid. Well, let me speak for myself. I'm not reached the point where I'm like devoid of all intellectual. I can't be like intellectually impressed. And so I found out to be that I was not impressed as in something that I flatter or I get into, but impressed as in you put a thumb on a chair and it goes and it's impressed as a, impressed have said the thing he said about Joe Kent in his first term. That's how the first term came up. Would you like to speak about something that you want to speak about, even though it's not our topic? We can change it just for you.
It's your topic because you were talking about JCPOA and the IEA.
We changed it after we listened to the clip. We just listened to the clip.
Okay, good.
No, you changed the topic.
No, I listened to your responses.
Sir, calm down. As Janet Jackson said, it's all for you. All the girls at the party, look at that body shape. It's all for you. Anytime, any place. Let's wait a while. You go. Funny how time flies when we're having fun. One mic on you, Peggy.
Yes,
Je suis déçu. Et je vous dis son ton bidon. How time flies when oh man. What do you brother got? I don't know when it oh man. God damn, it's fine. It's there together again. Ooh, like hot, yeah. Probably from far. Yeah, he was a one. Oh, yeah. Come on, don't you know?
I missed the clip, man. Joe Kent, I saw it this morning earlier when it had resonated. What was the clip? I saw this Facebook. What is the clip?
Oh, it was Donald Trump saying he's a nice guy, but he's weak on security.
Amazing.
It's so good that he's gone. He's national counterterrorism outfit. Let me tell you, if Joe Biden said that, Jake Tapper would be running around with his hair on fire, ready to write a book.
I think he said that Assad is always weak on security. So he thought so. And they hired him as the director of counterterrorism.
Insane.
We live in alternative facts. That's alternative worlds nowadays. Like, this is madness.
I do have the full clip about his retirement film that's 2-3 minutes. But it's really, I don't know if it's going to tell us anything we don't already know. He's retiring and why. So, it's up to you.
Yeah, play it.
Yeah, go ahead.
One second. The director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, has just announced signing. Senior National Security reporter Zachary Cohn is joining us right now. Zachary, what more can you tell us about this dramatic development?
Yeah, well, this appears to be a significant resignation at the senior-most levels of the Trump intelligence community. This is Joe Kent. He was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. He posted a period post on X, a resignation letter that he submitted, saying misgivings over the Trump administration's decision to launch its with Iran. Now, Kent, in this letter, writes in part, quote, as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. Now, Kent, in his apparent post on X, does also seem to suggest that there was no imminent threat, that it has been used and cited by the Trump administration as justification for launching this war against Iran. He says that essentially the administration manufactured this idea of an imminent threat, and that is part of the reason why he's decided to resign from his post today.
Zachary Cohn,
or breaking happening within the administration. We already know the magnet base is very divided about this war in Iran. But specifically someone like him, who handles counterterrorism issues, who would know deeply the intelligence that was being provided to the administration at this time, I think his rise is significant, and it could send more to resign as well.
Joe, what do you make of this?
I totally agree with Sabrina. I mean, the timing of this probably couldn't be worse, by the way, because of course the Iranians pose a significant terrorist threat to the United States, but I mean, I admire him for making the stand that he has made, and I actually agree with him. And I believe that he's a war hero. His voice has mattered a great deal, and this is a terrific Trump administration, again, because of the timing. Because right now, Iranians are engaged in warfare with us, and of course, one of the cards that they hold is a terrorist threat here in the United States.
So you agree with him that Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation?
Absolutely. I believe that they pose no threat, that this is a war of choice, not a war of necessity. And I think that we're going to be doing this we can be talking about this for quite a while, because I don't think that this is going very well for the administration, for our country.
That's a good quote.
confirmation from real intelligence people that this is what's happening. And he mentions in the tweets, he talks about the lobby, Israel, American lobby within that. And its influence. It's real. Like, you have to stop talking like this is some kind of conspiracy theory shit. So we have conversations now. I think we have enough content, right? Enough information to understand that this is exactly what is happening. This is exactly what we're dealing with.
Awful long.
And what the Israeli state really means to this country.
Powerful country in our not the most powerful lobby in our country by any stretch. The largest foreign lobby in our country is Japan. The largest domestic PAC is the Make America Great Again PAC. Yeah, but they're not as influential as that sounds.
But listen,
That's dangerous, MJ. You say like
it's not dangerous, bro. It's dangerous. It's not dangerous. The dude resigned from his position and he cited why. He cited that this is not a war that we should be engaging in. The reason we're in the war is because of the influence of this foreign entity.
No, the reason we're in the war. No, the reason we're in the war is because we chose to be in the war. We chose. It's on us. That is like some big bad tough guy in the playground, totally being pressured to get into fights with other people in the playground by that little fucking pipsqueak who keeps egging him on to fight the other guys. You gotta stand up even to your allies and stop worrying about being pressured and do the fucking right thing and make your own decisions because you have your own intelligence, you have your own military, and you have your own interests. So if you're that much of a punk ass bitch to be pressured into a war, it's your choice.
Right, and Omar, one second, MJ. Omar, when you're saying that that's dangerous, what MJ is saying, MJ isn't saying that we have a top U.S. intelligence official, right, that is saying, and I'm sure he has a lot more intel than anybody on this stage, right, because that's literally his job, and he's saying that we're doing it due to pressure from Israel. Then we have a general that's backing him. They're not together, he's just backing everything he's saying yes, this is a war of choice, not a war of necessity. So what's dangerous about MJ's mission, what we're hearing is from high-ranking officials who are in the fucking know.
When he's saying that, Israel is this all-seeing eye in American politics, you mentioned that, all this influence. I said, that's the fish part. When you're saying, Israel is the most influential in American government, it's dangerous. That's what the white boys on right wing, that's what they be talking about. That's why I say it's dangerous rhetoric.
It's not dangerous rhetoric. You gotta be able to put it good.
No, MJ, because I mostly agree with you, but where I disagree is that when we start saying, oh, they did it to us
United States to enter into real wars that they don't need to be. Real American lives are dying for interests that are not in the interest of Americans, not American corporations. This is something that is dangerous. This is a threat to us, and we have to contextualize these things very properly in this conversation.
When I got out of talking to a guy who's a Marine captain in the Cold War, which is it's one of the secret parts of our game, was that we couldn't afford to spend a lot of time there. We should have ordered back and declared victory, quote unquote. Yeah, we pulverized their equipment, we hit the goal, let's go. And the fact that we haven't gotten that, at least in his estimation, was a mistake. That we didn't quickly assert ourselves and quickly withdraw. And that just comes from somebody who doesn't have recent military experience, right? Since they're in the Cold War. They did do a rather big job, so that was at least their impression and the kind of consensus in their discussion with their Annapolis classmates.
I don't know if you guys heard that interview with Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson a couple days ago today. Tucker Carlson was saying basically, I left the house 3 to 4 times within a month, trying to advise the president not to go to war with Iran. And what Tucker's saying, I think if you guys pull up that clip, Tucker's saying it's like there's too many neocons, too many Israeli lobbies, AIPAC has surrounded him, and the influence is too large. It does not negate that he is the commander in chief and he is the one who makes the decision at the end of the day, but just the influence of the AIPAC within the White House is a massive and cannot be ignored.
I never personally made the argument that it should be ignored. I said it's not the largest lobby. Right? There are other lobbies that are larger, have more money, spend more on campaigns. Just as a matter of fact, the largest foreign lobby in the United States is the country of Japan. Right? So I didn't mean to knock your point of view. I was more saying,
I understand.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit. Even in the person who talks to Donald Trump. So.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all gotta get off the blue sky, Twitter, online, how politics some stuff that you're in AIPAC. Why is AIPAC? I mean, are y'all familiar with the history of the United States and Israel? What's going on?
And that's why I say it's dangerous when you say that, groups like AIPAC or Israel's the largest lobbying groups. That's the part I mean is dangerous about it. But yeah, then you're right.
I don't know why.
But that's what you're saying.
AIPAC to believe that shit.
That's what I was gonna say, sorry, real quick on that. I was just kind of confused on this doesn't represent the interests of America. What do y'all mean by that? You don't think Israel is in line with the interests of America? In what way? As a nation? It doesn't make sense to me. Who created it in the first place? It's definitely in line with the interests. Supporting Israel is in line with American interests. I don't know what y'all believe.
We're going to have different interpretations of American interests. People don't agree with American interests. That's the point. People or a government like Huckabee definitely thinks it's in America's interest. And he's an American.
Correct. Yeah, I'm just saying kind of America as a nation. I don't know how with MJ is this is against what Americans want and American interests. Which American interests seem pretty in line with me, to me, in my opinion, not what I believe, but in what America believes in kind of a conceptual way.
Well, maybe that has changed. Holding on Israel all across both parties and support for Israel has traded to the degree that can be. So maybe not anymore. It's not really underlying opinion polling, although we'll see in election results that the priority ranking more than it is those opinion pollings. It's hard to tell. Especially going through the Democratic Party on the IPAC. Anybody who received any donations from IPAC through the history. And going back to Joe Kent, could be interesting. Maybe Joe Kent is running. This would be a
massive platform is APP.
He ran before.
Tucker, again, even before her Senate, right? And he's right nationalist a lot, by the way. If he goes to Tucker Carlson and starts talking about it, or about mega betrayal and stuff like that.
So people are talking about, like you were saying, kind of like, oh, people, American citizens will in like opinion polls and say they don't support Israel. That may be true, but the American people also voted for Donald Trump, and we all knew that this was going to happen. So like then what? That's what I'm saying. A lot of that stuff doesn't really mean anything. Also to the point with like the APAC tracking. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with illegal, but everybody online on the left is like tracking. We're not going to go for a candidate that got this much APAC support or whatever. Like, but what about the other policies? I don't know. I just get very confused when people pretend that this like APAC thing is like I vote based off that, right? It's the most important thing right now to Americans. Americans really don't. It's not that important because Donald Trump's the president. If all this stuff was really that important, we wouldn't be here in the first place. So I just don't know why we're acting like this outside of what Americans support or believe in. Americans is why we got here in the first place.
Do you think that it's that Americans in general believe that it's America's duty to engage in conflict that have nothing to do with the United States of America, or nothing to do with the reasons, the priorities of the American people, like not corporations, not this long term or.
If you're writing imagine you're writing a question for polling, that's a horrible question. You have overloading assumptions.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, I have a question on the question. Let me get back. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to ask this earlier, right? I understand that they're not the highest bidding lobbyists. All right, that wasn't the point I don't think they were making initially. But they seem to have a disproportionate amount of influence when it comes to the amount they're spending. Fuck the money. We're giving them money. We're giving them $3.8 billion a year in military support. So they don't need to do a bunch of spending with us. It's the influence that they seem to be able to exert over us that to me shows the power that they hold, not the amount of money that they spend with us.
But Jonah, why are we pretending that is like a one side, like America is just, they have no interest at all in Israel. The American, the American state arm has does nothing for America as a nation, and we're just giving them money because they have influence over us. Like, why do we think that we have no interest in them existing in the location in the world they're in?
I didn't say we didn't have any interest. It just seems like it's overcompensation for the amount that we spend with them and they spend with us. And then we have the fact that, as was mentioned earlier, we have a lot larger lobbyists that don't get the same influence over us. Like, why?
Because for a long time, American Middle East policy was centered around Israel. There is some inertia. There has been attempts within the Republican Party to pivot to Asia from the Middle East. Since the shale oil revolution in the United States, Middle East is not as important. People realize that, right? But there is this inertia plus combined with the religious stuff and the geopolitics, plus the lobby. The lobby just exacerbates those issues, right? Etc. Yeah, American hegemony was centered around dominance in the Middle East. Since shale oil revolution, it wasn't as important. So American interests changed, but a lot of politics around it remained the same. Or, again, there is no single American interest. People have different interpretation of what is America's interest, right?
So this is the second official
just because Trump, there is no evidence that there is any leverage on Trump, that Israel holds anybody, tells anybody anything, and what Israel says goes. There is just no evidence for it. So, an equally more substantiated interpretation is that Netanyahu, with the help of Litzger, as it has been reported, walked his ears off, and Trump is, as we know, the last person he speaks to is the thing that he's impressed on, and Steve Witkoff, and what is the other guy's name? Basically isolated him from the other voices in the administration, as the reporting shown in the past days on who was speaking, who made those decisions. But they got from Trump the decision that he was already, in some ways, given his long positions on Iran, that is not wrong, right? Like he did kill Soleimani and had to be walked off by Tucker Carlson off the bench of continuing the war in the first Trump administration, if you remember, right? So he has some tendency on all of this himself, and it's not just Israel doing stuff.
I understand my argument here is, it's not that there's compromise or anything else. It's the influence. That's the point that I'm trying to make. And the second point is the primary point is they did the same thing to all the presidents. Netanyahu did the same thing with Obama, the same thing with Biden, even though Biden did some strikes. But I don't think, this is, it's been a campaign on Donald Trump, an influential campaign. It's not a compromising campaign. An influential campaign from every angle, whether it's Kushner, Steve Cobb, this guy, and basically the administration. Maybe I misspoke when I said AIPAC. No, these guys are very, very close to the state of Israel, right? And they're very, very close. So that's my point.
Apparently Susie Wells has cancer, and Susie Wells was the person in the room that was opposing this. And I guess that wasn't enough. But again, Trump makes his own decisions. Yes, there is politics, there is lobbying, there are different interests, but is that like breaking news? Different people want different things, different states influence other states to do stuff. Is that news?
No, that's not news. The last person in the room gets, the last person Donald Trump gets what he wants, so just be the last person. He's been known as extremely maneuverable. You can maneuver him to what direction you want if you're the last person in the room. There's also reports on JD didn't want him to be in this war, but now he has to stand up to this war and he try to distance himself as much as possible. But yeah, to the American public, if this war is beneficial in terms of gas prices and affordability and everyday things, not we're talking about companies as Trent always talk about, but we're not talking about billionaires or anybody else who's making money out of this war. We're just talking about the average Joe and just going doing 8 to 5. Is it beneficial? No.
Well, was the Iraq war beneficial?
Never. Wars are never beneficial to people.
Some people have a different interpretation of American interests. That's my point. Just because you can show in economic terms that war wasn't beneficial, massive amount of debt, some people still think it's worth it.
We can't always sum up people's interests or what is valuable to them in terms of the economic ramifications of it. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. And then in a way where we know some white people, we've heard Americans on this saying like Americans don't agree with Americans' interests. Y'all don't know these people's interests, man. Some of them believe in like this kind of neocon. America needs to set the stage for what morality is in the world. So it is in their interest, and they believe it's beneficial and worth it. And America, and historically, been kind of had a way this type of neocon perspective is what is in a lot of America's interest in 2026. So,
Yeah, Lindsey Graham loves this. All the chickenauts and the neocons, pretty much most of them love this. They've been saying bomb Iran for 20 years, at least.
Absolutely. So much so, this week was shifted. What the hell did you ask me to switch to the son and daughters? Okay.
I think the big difference there was that in the past, when we went to war as a country, our president actually gave like a speech or conviction that gave us like this is what we're doing. They provided some sort of mission, a guiding light to some degree.
This ain't gonna happen.
I know. That's what I guess that's what I'm trying to highlight. It's just one of the biggest differences. Is it a war or isn't it a war? Like the way that it was even framed in the beginning was like, is this just a mistake? Or no, it's just days, or 3 days, or a week, or now I don't know how long it's going to be. And are there going to be parts like that? We've had Americans die because of this. I don't even know what to call it. War, I guess, undeclared by Congress. Yeah. This type of will he or won't he with this president, this guy, like, I don't know. I can understand why somebody would lose their patience and leave and resign the way that they did.
I guess we have to welcome Joe Kent into the resistance. The guy is knocked out of white supremacist.
He really is. He's pretty bad. But he's like, everybody wants to be like, oh my God, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, now this guy, they're all going to be moved together. This is going to be the new resistance. Oh, by the way, they're white supremacists and racists and a bunch of other things. So, just
Well, everybody in its first administration wrote a book about how insane this guy's decision making is. And if not for them, he would have bombed around like years before. So we just
that mattered. Didn't really matter.
yeah.
I think it does speak to how important it is to actually have people with experience in an administration. So when you have fucking real estate people who were in the administration pushing certain foreign policy agendas across the Middle East, of which they know nothing, this is what happens. This is the likely result.
Well, the other like major response that hopefully like in retrospect there will be like a review of this, but the fact that the State Department
There won't be a review of anything. Nobody fucking knows. People are going to move on their short attention spans, and that's it.
there are too many shiny balls to target, but the problem is that we now have a jailbroken system.
flight within America to get to someplace else in America after Rome.
Yeah, because of the TSA.
Ben, are you there? This is Neil the brochure. Okay, so there's always Twitter something. Donald J. Trump in 2025. It is my pleasure to nominate Joe Kent as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. As a soldier, Greek veteran, and CIA officer, Joe has hunted down terrorists and criminals his entire adult life. Above all, Joe knows the terrible cost of terrorism, losing his wonderful wife, Shannon, a great American hero who was killed in the fight against ISIL. Joe continues to honor her legacy by staying in the fight. Joe will help us keep America safe by eradicating all terrorism from the jihadists around the world to the cartels in our backyard.
Lord God,
This is why it's extremely difficult to believe anything that comes out of his mouth.
So he ran in 2022 against a six-term Republican incumbent who he criticized for voting to impeach Trump for January 6th. Beat her, but then lost in the general to a Democrat. And then he again lost in 2024 in the general when he was running. And then he was nominated thereafter.
yes. He lost it. That's the seat with some call her quirky, some call her weird, others call her insane. And cheesy or whatever the lady from Washington.
Yeah, I can't even pronounce it. Marie Glusenkamp-Perez.
Yeah, MHB. So she's a little weird. But she's our girl. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, Matt says fuck her again. Okay. She lives in the woods. Well, good. There you go. More people should live in the woods.
She's fine. Hello.
I mean, his resume is excellent, obviously, except, the part where he runs with white supremacists and loves chatting with Nick Fuentes and Proud Boys people. God, he is right out of you see a picture of him? He's right out of Central Casting for fucking haircut. Oh my God.
Yeah, for sure. recorded in their declaration that once TPS is terminated, it's to locate hospitals, churches, and so on. So, just wanted to give an update on that. I think this case has great implications, especially the Bootlick Basin and just the permanent tradition.
Joanne played a clip of Mike Johnson responding about Joe Kent's comments.
Yes, please.
Wait, should I? Sorry, I have my volume down. I didn't hear. People are okay.
Oh, I say yes, please.
Okay. All right. So, here we go.
They are a threat that Iran, well, that proposition at the end is clearly wrong. Among David, at all the briefings, we all understood there was clearly an imminent threat that Iran was very close to the enrichment of nuclear capability. They were building missiles at a pace that no one in the region could keep up with. They were far outpacing our allies and friends and us and our defense capability because we had personnel, installations, members of armed services, and civilians in the region. Iran was building up ballistic missiles at such rapid pace that we knew that their plan was to fire them upon Americans. The commander-in-chief and his administration had a very difficult decision to make. I don't know where Joe Kent is getting his information, but he wasn't in those briefings clearly because the Secretary of State, the Secretary of War, and everyone, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General King, they had exquisite intelligence, and we understood that this was a serious moment for us. And President Wade and I personally convinced that we would have mass casualties of Americans, service members, and others, and our installations would have been dramatically damaged. And so we had to, the President felt that he had to strike first to prevent those mass casualties. That's a summary. I can't tell you the classified part. That's a summary that's made public. It's not well,
actually died in the Crusades. Not spiritual death. But then a bunch of people actually died. I don't know the numbers before we were how they actually did. We should actually check the numbers. I don't know if they did. I have to check.
Did we have more deaths via pandemics?
So I don't know. That's a different conversation. Now you're just adding in because you're bored at work. Sweet up, bro. Like you just say it's a conversation. You don't paperwork. I can tell. I always think that was great. No paperwork.
It's fucking, I'm doing my taxes now too. This is
I can always
fucking insane. Like,
no, people say 1 to 3 million. Oh, that is a lot relative to the population. But then do you do regional population or world population? Actually, the agency, how different historians and others, how more historians and others would design.
I think world population, for the sake of conversation, it's analysis, it would be a representative of a growth rate. So what was population overall in 1,000, right, around first crusade? It would be 254 million and 390 million of the Google. So
Interesting.
also the projection of religious wars. The religious wars weren't super religious. So let's begin there. The Crusades, yeah.
I we can give it to them for the sake of argument.
Well, anyway, somebody needs to count on outside where we go.
Neil and Rhodes.
Religion is the bringing together of a community of persons with common beliefs that is organized around the distinction or relative lack thereof between the sacred and the profane. There you go. Basic joke on down on Facebook. Basic it doesn't know, it becomes, I don't know if it becomes less stringent. It's a softer string. It's a tender string. It's a loving string. It's a string dedicated to justice. Who you want to hear yesterday? There was a man who said that, ironically, he was Jewish, which is very odd coming from a Jewish man, given the ways in which Jews have contributed to our understanding of justice, at least in the West, probably more than any other population group, when you control for their small numbers. It's the same here from a Jewish man. Were you when he was saying that the Jewish, that we need to forget about justice? Were you for that?
No.
Oh my God. Totally unhinged.
Wait, was it Randy by chance?
No, it was Tom.
I don't know.
Well, I heard that argument many times. Yerov has only makes that argument at all. It's usually embedded in some type of overly nationalistic thing, especially about international law, transcendence of nations and their vote over ideas of justice. It's very Schmittian.
Yeah, I mean, some international laws are written by British lawyers, so that's why that is the argument. For example, the Genocide Convention was written by Laut years ago in UK, Mongolia, for example. So a lot of time is taken with that argument.
Wait, which argument? The end of just the we don't need to worry about justice argument? Or
Like the Western international legal system is based on the Jewish interpretation.
Oh yeah. I wasn't even thinking of 20th century. I was mainly thinking of the beauty of the Old Testament prophets, especially the minor prophets in the part of the Bible that nobody likes to read. Like they give us a whole language and grammar around justice in the West. Obviously, there were African systems that existed too. We don't really have access to whatever. I think generally what, but I just never heard that. We gotta get over justice. I just thought, oh shit, that was crazy. I don't really understand any of the minor prophets. I mean, the major prophets. The only major prophet I stand, this is gonna be a basic bitch. Answer, of course, is Jeremiah. I apologize. That's basic bitch to stand your mind, but it is what it is. Sorry, Igor. The Abraham, I cut you off.
That's why I brought up Schmidt. Like Schmidt does this in his definition of politics, right? That justice is universal, it's not particular. It is universality, and your universality of justice is. I don't remember I'm not super interested in Christian and in the religious aspect, but his whole book was about criticism of Christianity from like universalist versus particularist aspects of it, right?
Right.
Yeah, check out yesterday it was on the front page of Tablet magazine. Probably not, but Jewish journal. There was an article called Zionism for Everyone. And you read it, it's basically 101 Schmidt. Very strict.
We are in strange times. Part of it, I think, is a failure of the liberal imagination. In some ways, liberalism, it's like rock music. It's a populace is also the moment it's under. So you think about like, so who's the long-head guy that's curious from even Smashing Pumpkins? What's his name?
Billy Corgan or something?
Yeah, so I watched an interview with Billy Corgan the other day, and this is great. So he was arguing that CIA introduced what was it? And this was his evidence. In rap music videos, you could like have guns, but like in rock videos, they wanted to have guns. You weren't allowed to do it. So he argues that the death of rap, that basically rap killed rock and roll, but it wasn't rappers' fault or black people's fault or rap audience's fault. It was actually the CIA was doing that. It was a hell of an argument. It was the point. Yeah, it was fantastic. Also, the point was, it's like, oh yeah, that's not even liberalism. This was like rock. Rock actually died. My thesis on rock, when it reached an apotheosis in the late 80s into the 90s, and then you get what's it called? Position themselves as anti-rock, and so they fulminate against rock, even though they grew up in rock. Listen, they used to say I was crazy about Alice in Chains, and yet you love Alice in Chains. And so for people subsequently after that, that's what this is the Chuck Klosterman argument. I don't know if about Chuck Klosterman. I don't know about Rocky saying the argument. I just find Chuck Klosterman to be the most compelling person on this. And so I was aping his argument. I don't know enough to come out. That's how I feel about liberalism. It wasn't evergreen. And the anti-liberal people were striving to find anti-liberal, neoliberal, kind of post-liberal orientations against liberalism, and liberalism was content. And here we are. I don't know how I got here. I apologize. It's like, I don't know how I got here.
I always thought, we don't have to go down this road too, but I always thought that grunge was kind of a reaction towards the kind of 80s rock, hair metal, all that kind of thing. And in the same way that punk was a reaction to like the classic rock and the singer-songwriter. So that's what I thought, because classic rock stations were fucking everywhere, and so we needed something different. And grunge was a great answer.
So Chuck Klosterman says that how he puts basically rock got associated with the parents, and the grunge people refused to call themselves rock, and basically because of rock essentially unleashed a new sort of anti-rock discourse within a population that would otherwise be pro-rock. And so you understood yourself as being sort of counterculture. And then you do sort of like, that's how you end up being Gen X in a gay marriage and voting for Donald Trump. That's different discussion. But it's kind of all there. I'm willing to break this discussion. Anyway, and I think about rock. I don't know rock as well, as I do jazz, but the way a lot of jazz musicians position themselves against Duke Ellington was one kind of respectful. So, the most obvious example would be like Monk. Monk adored Duke Ellington while doing music that was radically different than Duke Ellington. He did a whole album of Duke Ellington tunes, for example. Or if they were more radical, they still understood themselves in the large jazz. So think, for example, like early Borneo Call. I feel like grunge wasn't doing that, but again, I don't know enough about grunge, and I don't have the time, and I don't like the music well enough to study it. I know that sounds lazy, but I'm going to take Chuck Klosterman. I'm done speaking.
I mean, I do think it's all counterculture. The common thread, whether it's punk, whatever was going on in the late 60s with psychedelic music, whether it was grunge in the 90s, and even hip-hop in the 80s. I think it's all counterculture. It's all against the yacht rock, it's all against the singer-songwriter, it's all against the classic rock, which was the mainstay of what American radio was listening to.
was sort of intramural there. Whereas, you know, the rebellion against the singer-songwriter or the Burt-Bacharach or the American Songbook was something that they shared generally. But he said specifically grunge and the success of Steve's Nirvana as the main example of the book. I have two books of this. And he talks about a lot. Is that they position themselves less against the mainstream in meaningful ways, but position themselves more meaningfully against rock within the counterculture. So they were more interested in a kind of civil war than they were a war against the mainstream. And that's his argument for what happened to rock music. Because it's true, it does kind of die out. Although apparently rock concerts do very well.
Yeah, they do. Legacy acts, especially.
Yeah. But it's a good book, so Turk, I mean, I don't know, he's one of those guys, people might not like him, you know, but I think he's the best sort of popular chronicler of the 90s. Actually, I think the popular chroniclers of the 90s, cultural chroniclers of the 90s culture are better than the academics. The academics kind of suck, because they're fucking Marxists. They just want to talk about neoliberalism, capitalism. It's like, come on, can we get to the analysis of the song, of the television show? I don't really need to go through Horkheimer and Adorno, like, gang, we get it. We read it out of 18 times, if I not read it again.
I'm still trying to understand Billy Corgan's point.
So that rap killed rock music, and the CIA and the government, CIA being a proxy or snake to the government, allowed people in rock music to do things, rap to do things they weren't allowed to do in rock. And so rap became cooler because you could do things like cuss the police and have guns and stuff, which is actually untrue. Rap music videos got censored all the time. Like all the time. You know, people didn't think of guns or curse words, they got censored all the time. And one of them had to go to the law of the 2 Live Crew case. You know, that actually was saying wasn't true. But his claim was the government, it was a kind of interest convergence. They endorsed rap as a sort of devil's bargain to get rid of rock. It's the argument.
I mean, that's odd, as if to say, like, country music never talked about guns, or never talked about any of that stuff.
But it wasn't about talking about it. He was actually, whereas rock was like, you could be counterculture in your look, not only how you dress and spoke and what you said, but you have guns that depict violence in ways that they didn't allow rock to do. And so they allow rap to do it, so people will move to rap. Like I said, the brothers been hanging out in barbershops. These old white men, but they got good fish sandwiches in the barbershop.
Does anybody know when Ice Cube was, Ice Cube was moving with that band, Body Count? Does anybody remember the video? I actually saw them at not Webster Hall, but that one on 34th Street, next to Madison Square Garden, the Manhattan Center, I think they call it. Anyway, I actually saw them perform. Does anybody remember like videos from that?
she was a Cassandra of sorts. And she knew what people were going to need and she gave it. In the 2000s, it's super corny. It's fun, but it's like super corny. And a lot of that is 9/11 and a lot of that is the Bush years. I think a lot of that has everything to do with the Iraq War. And so I think rock music is a little out of whack. It was a little out of place in a particular kind of way. But again, I haven't spent much time sitting down thinking about it. But that's what I got.
The thing about what also happens in the 90s, man, right? You get this explosion of like individual artists, right? The Crying, Doggy Style, right? This rap, rap essentially, 10 years after the 90s, essentially became the new rock, right? So you get these individual artists and record labels, right? Instead of paying 6-5 guys in a band, right? I can go to, Detroit and pay a rap artist, and I get the rap artist, and I think that helped kill bands. You don't need bands.
Yeah, the economic demand. I don't remember what all he said about the economic demands, but the economic demands of the of the 90s, of the post of the 90s and 2000s, definitely changed the game in terms, like you were saying, in terms of the kind of acts that got played. Yeah, that's a good point.
Omar's point, because back in the 90s, you was reliable for the rap artists to be in the crew. So it wasn't a band, but essentially it was, because it would be like a crew that, like you think about EPMD or Wu-Tang for that fucking matter, like it was a gang of rappers rapping together consistently. So I think I can see a point of like
Well, I don't think they went right from having groups to not. I think the way culture really works. Oh my God, it's not here. But that's Brandon Williams without certain whatever you quote Marxists, it's always embarrassing. But like certain formations are ascendant and are emergent and then peak and then they begin to decline. So I don't think it just ends. So you certainly get rap groups
the Limp Bizkits, the Radioheads, you name it, and Korn, whatever was going on at the time. But then I think about the women being solo artists, the Little Affair types and all of that, and that kind of breakout. And I have to look into that more, but that's sort of what I remember in terms of, what types of artists stood out in the kind of rock singer-songwriter part of the late 90s, early 2000s.
Is there any way to confirm that they told rock and roll artists that they couldn't use guns?
No.
Because I can't imagine a world where, if a record exec would tell Guns N' Roses they couldn't do a music video with a bunch of guns in it.
I'm telling you, man, that brother, he must have got a bean pie or something. He was in a barbershop. I was like, it's like, it's like it sounds right, but it's like, what? They can have guns. But the blacks can have guns? Like, what are you doing here? Like, what's happening? It was totally insane. The assault on hip-hop in the 90s from the government was insane. Although that might have been the ultimate okie doke, right? Jesse Helms and all those committees, all the stuff they did on rap, like it wasn't real. I don't know. It's crazy. It was a weird take. It was a really, really weird take. But it was an interesting take. I'll give you another interesting take I saw. I didn't actually see it. I think I saw a clip of Joe Budden reacting to it. And he was reading it, so I'm not taking his gloss or interpretation. He was actually reading it. But Raphael Sadiq's claim about neo soul, yeah, Tipper Boy nigga. Did y'all heard this? Apparently, neo soul. Did y'all hear what Raphael Sadiq said about neo soul? Anybody hear?
No.
He said that. He said it's not a real music genre. He said what it is it's a marketing categorization. It was a marketing categorization for certain types of black music. But like to stop for certain types of black music, which told producers, promoters, and all interested money to parties. You didn't have to worry about bringing white people. Joe Budden said, and it's probably like the smartest thing Joe Budden's ever said, it doesn't matter. Because whether or not that's how it began, it certainly now is a genre that we use retroactively and conceptually to describe a black musical subgenre. But well, that's kind of interesting. The reference thing.
Wait, was he saying it celebrating it or saying it negatively? Raphael Sadiq said.
He just read the quote, so I don't have the context. Maybe I will find it.
That's actually interesting.
Yeah. Quinn knows it well. Quinn says he's upset, right? Yeah, that makes total sense. But now, analytically, when we think about the music, that maybe tells us something historically and the provenance of something and its origins, but it doesn't mean anything to us now. So even if there was a group that we now call neo soul based off the sound or an artist that put this the song that we now call neo soul, who executives didn't call that, it doesn't matter. My second is done. Yeah, I'm going to talk about Iran. They're used a lot.
If 47 years ago,
I just saw you Democrats and liberals coming here to see times. I don't understand why you do it all to me. You let me speak and they can't understand me.
I want to stay on the neo soul conversation. Can we find the clip? We'll be fine.
Yeah, you may find it. I mean, it might have been an interview. I don't know if it was a clip.
I guess the question I have is, would there have needed to be a distinction at that time in order to about how Steely Dan hated the term yacht rock. Forget.
I said, I understand not liking the term from artists. They don't like anything. There are artists that are sensitive about their shit. They call it what they want, but that doesn't help us anything. You know, everybody got to go back and regrow our art. The death of the writer is the birth of the reader. It doesn't matter what their intention is. Well, someone so said on an interview that he actually wasn't a neo-soul artist. $18 on that album. I got the deluxe. I got to hide from my brother who's trying to steal it because he's too cheap to buy it. I'm going to call the motherfucker what the fuck I want to call him. How about that? Well, I was listening to Laura Neal and she referred to it as an amalgamation of black Afro-diasporic sounds and the I don't give a shit what she said. I spent $17.99 for that miseducation. I know where I bought it. It was an old Tower Records down there off Astor Place. Huh? Y'all not ready. It's gotta be. You remember that Tower Records?
I was in the basement in the jazz section, just trying to figure out like, oh, this album art looks cool. Who's playing on it? Let me buy it. Not knowing anything.
It was a great store. I think it was Tower Virgin was the one they opened in Union Square. But it was a great record store. I remember there's a scene in Mo Better Blues where Shadow, played by the great, what's the boy's name? Lord have mercy. What's that boy's name? Oh my God. Wesley Snipes. You know, he goes to buy some CDs, and I don't know if people remember that CD packaging used to be fucking insane. Remember CD packaging got really insane? Like the CD was in a box. There was a little booklet at the top. It was a long rectangle. It was like
Went up awards for that.
yes, and it was great. Yes, it was crazy. And he goes and buys all these records, and Clark, I remember Clark. Clark was fine to all doors. She's working there, and his credit card gets declined, and he's like, I don't want those anyway. And she's, what are you here for? He said, to see you. She's like, really? The Blake was tripping at the time. I've always convinced myself that record store he goes to is the one down near the NYU area. I don't know why. It just makes me feel good.
Yeah, I think that was down. The Virgin was the Union Square.
Yeah, Virgin was Union Square. Yeah, that opened later. That Virgin store was like the beginning of the end of the old Union Square. Because you remember this experience they had. It was like, obviously, if you go down 2 blocks, they had the Strand, and there was nothing there. And then they put the movie theater, and they put the Virgin, and then they put like a Cozy's, I think it was, something like one of those.
The sandwich.
Yeah, the sandwich shops. Yeah, and then a few years later, that's when the Whole Foods, if you went up, there's the Whole Foods right
Foods and Best
Buy.
Buy.
And Best Buy. And they did that horrible thing in New York City where to go shopping, you have to go up a massive escalator. Yeah, that was the end. Anyway, the New York segment is done.
And we can go back to Texas for the next 4 hours. And the
So the spirit is this sort of what they send you about that song that you want.
wait, where? You sent me?
Instagram. Yeah.
Oh,
So that song becomes it's very interesting story. But you don't see it on Instagram.
any distraction from what I have to do is welcome. One thing that is the RIP is the small record stores in New York. I mean, there's a couple left, but they used to be fantastic. And now they barely exist.
my phone.
I was gonna say
I don't
something.
need it anymore.
I'm laughing too much.
One opinion, my brother Peter.
Okay, so these are not in order. They don't have them ranked. They just have 20.
This is 20. Hold on, this is 20.
Neo Soul must have albums.
Must have.
And I'm gonna start off with the woman I love, but I always pronounce her last name wrong. Michelle. You already knew all this thing. So this is the
Peace Beyond Passion.
Plantation Lullabies.
Oh, that's her first. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So they put Plantation Lullabies. So this was what was interesting to me. Second one is Tony, 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 Sons of Soul, which some rooms debate whether Tony, Tony, Tony was a part of Neo Soul. They don't debate Raquel Sadiq being a part, but some debate Tony, 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 which I don't. But so that one's on there. Joy, who I freaking love, the Pendulum Vibe. D'Angelo Brown Sugar, expected. Maxwell's Urban Hang Suite, that's the 96 album. The Love Jones soundtrack, that was the 97. Baduism, Erica Badu, 97. Miseducation, Lauryn Hill, 98. Maxwell, 98. It's the
Embryo?
Yeah, Embryo, I think.
That's actually underrated, I think.
That's a great album. Angie Stone, Black Diamond, that's expected, 99. D'Angelo Voodoo in 2000. Erica Badu's Mama's Gun, 2000.
Wait, why did that surprise you?
I was surprised that people consider that Neo Soul. I thought that one was a little bit. Oh, I love that album. I'm a Bunny fan. I was surprised that movie this list.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if it matters, but
I love that one. That's Pop Gun, ain't it? On there too.
baby, all that.
Orange Moon.
Yeah, did you know it's definitely Neo Soul? You're right, that is. Jill Scott, who was Jill Scott, 2000. Another name I always went to. Were you saying something? Sorry. Oh, no, I thought you got a response. Another letter.
No,
Infinite Possibilities.
she was.
And Beautiful. Alicia Keys, Songs in A Minor. That one also has been debated by some of the Neo Soul. I think people want her to be Neo Soul, so that's the closest you're going to get. Indie Irene, Acoustic Soul, 2001.
Alicia Keys is Neo Soul. I'm sorry.
Do you think she's definitely?
She's not.
But she's not. Okay, well, I was curious. This to me is probably the greatest Neo Soul album of all time. Raquel Sadiq, Instant Vintage, 2002. And some people debate whether it's even Neo Soul. I don't. Donnie, The Colored Section, 2002. Great album. People slept on that. There's another couple I love. Kendrick, The Family Soul, Surrender to Love. Responsible for one of my children. Anthony Hamilton, Come From Where I Come From, 2003. Love Anthony. And that's it. Those are the 20.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to point out something that was said earlier about the Neo movement. It was definitely, the vocals on it, people just really, they didn't cheat, they didn't use a lot of synthetic voices on that, with the whole Neo soul movement. It was really about, really the voice.
Surprisingly, the soul child made me sound good.
I was literally just typing that. At least that one, whichever album that was, I'm thinking.
You know how you can help define a thing and help to recall a thing and recall an era and all that, but when you then do lists of the best, you don't make it. Let me give you a good example. Family Matters. You really can't understand television of that era for a good 10, 15 years without Family Matters. It's an awful show and should never be on a show list of great shows. But you can't understand 90s television without it, and it speaks to what 90s television is trying to do in particular
It's like when they put up the top rapper list, everybody always has an issue with it. Like, why such and such ain't on the I hate experiences, but you always gotta look at who makes these lists. I bet you we can come up with a better list than the list that Brian read off.
Have you heard the people's congressman, Devon?
So anything in concrete until we get started.
Right.
Maybe a certain person should come up and tell us why they disagree.
That was a good list, though. I'm not gonna lie. That was good because there was like 3 times and everybody was like, "Oh, I forgot about that one. I slept on that one." That was a good list.
I would say that Michelle has been passionate about her album with the Plantation Lullabies in terms of neo soul and just start to finish. What do I know? I'm definitely biased with her.
I'm sure you've seen it in person.
I've probably seen her last summer, and she was doing her like Baldwin album, spoken word / whatever. It was actually pretty phenomenal. She had some couple spoken word artists. It was fantastic, I have to say. And she always has top-notch musicians with her, top-notch.
Yeah. She's pretty fantastic.
She went places that most artists don't go. Gotta credit her on that.
What I like about the conversations that Brian said he was having with some friends on here or somewhere else, I don't know where it was, is that because it's so good and because it's so meaningful, it means those conversations are not only worth having, but you can have them. There'll be no one 10 years from now, 15 years from now, having conversations on genre, form, aesthetics, mood of modern rap today, right? So what I love about the ability to have this conversation that you can have them. Like you can actually have a fruitful discussion. Now I'll be a little dorky, but it's like take I apologize in advance, but take Flaubert's Mount Bovary. Is it realism or naturalism? People have those conversations, and I can make lots of money having them. I don't know if people make a lot of money on people, so I have that conversation. But that's how good the music is, and that's how good it is as a cultural object. So people yell and fighting. That just speaks to the value of the conversation. Anyway, that's my reading of the conversation. I was listening to Erykah Badu, and she said, "Didn't you know?" I said, "I didn't know no good, because the people want to hear my song. Do the people want to hear my song? Do the people want it? Don't you know? No good. Don't you know no good? Don't you know no good? Don't you know no good?" That is Peter as Mark as Jerome this shit progress.
Well, someone said we had confirmation from real intelligence. Marco Rubio and this new guy. Good day, First Lady.
Interesting.
I don't need to cut you off, brother. I apologize.
No, I apologize. I'm one of those guys that chat.
Make your point about the
Well, I was going back when I heard it was a war of choice, not a war of necessity. Someone else said there were multiple people.
So I knew the preliminary investigations, or I assumed that clearly something was off. It wasn't just a regular, somebody put too much grease in here and threw in the potatoes, and the potatoes, they didn't dry off when they cut them up. So they were trying to make, this type of cut fries type of thing. Yeah, it's all there. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
Coup d'etat for the French rep.
I just think it's a small, petite protest,
They said this is one part. They said, is my mic on? Yeah. They said this is one part. This is the one part. They're tired. They're waiting for deployment. I don't think the those toilets have always had a problem. I don't think that was a sabotage. Could have been. But the fire, to Man's point, where it started and how big it got, links to me that some sort of sabotage wasn't all. And they were that they didn't think so as well.
Yeah, it's not a backup in the lint trap. It wasn't the lint trap type fire.
Is it Trent speaking?
I just want to back up yourself or go for the chestnuts. What's up?
Is Trent in the room?
No. Oh my God, what's going on?
Trent, are you in the room?
I know you being rhetorical.
You made accusations and bounced.
Made accusations and announced.
Yes.
I'm okay. What are you talking about?
Oh, you forgot.
I should be.
You forgot accusing us of your prediction. Let me help. Are you referring to when he called you and neoliberal that particular? Yes. Remember that, Trent? When you said neoliberal, so your neoliberal was speaking, and he called you out on something, and you said, all the times I'll let you ride with the things that I can call you out on, and then you started calling them out on, and then you mentioned Marion. We never really fully understood what your claim was towards Marion. So we got pieces of it. I think that was the reason why Marion was a little bothered, because she didn't get a chance to get to the bottom.
You didn't talk about it. I didn't time for all that discussion. I called when I
You
told
said you give it to him or not. So Marion, do you think you ain't got time for it? That you were ready to berate people, to berate us, and say we didn't agree with your predictions and how your predictions have gone right about Venezuela.
is next time he calls me wrong, to put his money on the table. To have some gumption, like Jim and I, and put his $1 million on the table. That's what I said, man.
And that
I hope
a kid, you don't really know what you're talking about most of the time. And how we just need to be soft towards you. And I was like, what? You're telling me Trump is a pussy? Is that what you're saying? Like, Trump is a man. Why the heck does Trump need softness? What is this? When he can come and blast people and bring predictions, bring statements of things that happened a week ago and make it seem like, oh my God, I just put the greatest breaking news.
Okay, ma'am, I stayed on Sunday. I think I was on here for about 6 hours. Okay? I get the criticism that I actually have a life and have shit to do, that I can't be on here all the time. But I stayed on here for 6 hours.
You know, look at the time you made that statement.
Hold on. I'm speaking. If you couldn't get out what you had to say to me on Sunday within a 6-hour time frame, okay. Now, what I said,
John, hold on. You left afterwards. You were talking about when you were there, you didn't make any of those accusations.
I was talking to Neil
before you disappeared.
I was talking to Neil like not even.
And then you dragged me. You dragged me into about the Venezuela regime. You dragged me into it.
What about Venezuela? What was I wrong about Venezuela other than the timing?
Oh, you said it was a regime change.
It wasn't.
No.
Let me check
You
that.
said it was about what?
It was about, okay.
And you said, yeah, Miriam, you said that. And then you bounced. Do you know 20 years I came back? If you sort things out, wait so that people have that full debate before you disappear. You come and you drop things all the time and you say, well, I can't bounce you.
Yeah, I
start fires. Yes, they are fires at fires.
So, if you don't think that the removal of the president of Venezuela and the fact that we now have we're on the verge of having multiple agreements from oil companies to take the oil out of Venezuela, and the fact that 15 oil companies went to the White House to discuss it, if you don't
because they just want someone who is favorable to them. They are not changing the regime to supposedly free. Hold on. They are not changing the regime to supposedly free Venezuelans so that they can have a democratic system and a great governance. No. They're doing it for selfish reasons to have someone that would be a pussy for them to use. That's what they're doing for. Whichever way they want to.
What was it for? You can't say it.
Whichever way they want to. They want to use as countries as they can, whether it's oil or saying that you are accusing me of saying it's not regime change. Well, according to you, it's regime change. It's not. It's just replacing money with that.
Do you think that the catalyst to change the leadership inside Venezuela, one of the primary things had to do with oil and oil contracts specifically for American-friendly countries? Yes or no?
One of the primaries that they probably did.
No, don't jump in.
Hard lifting.
I'm asking Mary.
The primary.
Ask Mary.
No.
See?
No.
No, I asked Mary. I asked Mary to quit. Mary wouldn't get in the vote.
Should I tell you for every time I throw?
No.
Just trying to understand.
Miriam asked the question the other
Right. Here is the thing. I say that what's happening in Venezuela is not regime
balance. Do you remember that?
I remember that. I actually remember people saying that there was no way that the oil could be processed in Houston, and there was yeah, I remember all sorts of things that it wasn't about oil. I'm not going to say that nobody could have. Just let me finish. I'm not going to say that nobody said it was a factor, but I distinctly recall people saying that it wouldn't happen. That it was all a threat. So anyway, what I said is that there was going to be regime change. This was going to be a regime change in Venezuela and it was around the world. Now I got to go through and I got to go.
You know what my thoughts about that? Yeah, it's fine. What's fascinating about it again, only America can do this, and they can only do it to the two American citizens. You put a bunch of sanctions on a place. You inhibit trade, contracts, etc. with X place. You then do a thing and change what you were doing with that place and chalk it up to the change that you did. Makes no sense. If they wanted to do what Trent is saying they wanted to do with contracts in Houston, they could have done it with Maduro. That's the logical thing. Trent's not the only one. There's other people. I'm not going to name people in the story. They're in the book. Retards. Their real names are on it. I'm down. Everybody stops. Everybody's name. Your real names are in the book. Just so you know. But it's so bizarre about the conversation. It makes no sense. The United States put on sanctions. They kidnap a head of state and say, well, now we can do X, Y, and Z because he said that you could have done it before. Huh? It's so ridiculous.
The saying then is that Venezuela with Maduro in power would have denationalized and allowed American companies in if Maduro was still there.
Yes. I don't know if the oil is fully nationalized, but I think given I think it still is nationalized. Now she's just put stuff up. But I'm saying, given how decrepit the oil infrastructure has become, given how horrific the conditions on the ground were, in large part because of the sanctions. That was also really bizarre about America. You sanction this place, you put a fucking blockade on Cuba, and then you say, well, it's because of the regime. What would it be like if we didn't have the blockade on it? Huh?
Ben, we actually completely agree.
Okay, just make
We
sure.
completely agree on that. Yes, it's the sanctions that cripple the economy. And when you cripple the economy, then we replace it. Then we try to replace it with a regime more friendly. But to say, here's the only thing I want to mention is just to say, this was about the oil. It's plainly simple that it was. I think there were a few other factors. I'm not going to say that there weren't. There were a few other factors there. But primarily, repeatedly, from the president's own mouth, and even from Congress people, it was about the resources and the oil and the privatization of Venezuela if American companies could have access to it. And that's what's happening now.
Okay. So because Donald Trump said this is the logic, I'll be honest with y'all, it's clear. I can see how you people write and make arguments in real life. You were just saying how Donald Trump lies loose. You were just saying about how Donald Trump lied about speaking to a president. He said, oh, I spoke to a president. All living presidents and dead ones via Ouija board have said they didn't talk to him. But now we can take his word that it was about oil. When the reporting came out, he said he talked to all the oil companies and they all said they hadn't talked to him. Then they have a meeting at the White House. They show up at the White House and that's proof that they have no, it's proof that you got called to the White House and you have a petty dude who'll sanction you if you don't do it. But look, if people think that the main So I can nearly put on myself and said oil was not a factor. It's the world in 2026. Oil is always a factor.
Yeah, there's a new one. I'm just reading about because I hadn't looked at this. Restball, who is Restball is Spain. They're not American, but they were at they were at the meeting with Trump, and they are also now reported to be working on an agreement.
Cool. I look forward to seeing what comes of it in 2 years when Donald Trump isn't president.
What happens is the people here agree with Trump or agree with the actions. That is actually far from the truth. I actually agree with Trump. There is some illogical notions about the way things have gone about. There probably is an easier way to have gained in especially with our allies, much better diplomatic solutions in negotiations as opposed to the way we've gone about things with tariffs and some of these military interdictions. I am not disputing that. I'm just telling you what some of my friends, and I happen to have friends across multiple industries, have said the oil one they had a lot of antenna, not on Iran, but on Venezuela they had a lot of antenna, had said and did take place. Why is that? I don't know why that's not my fault.
Trent, I think there are two conversations. One, you are trying to predict what the one is the conversation you have. Another conversation is when Donald Trump says it's about oil as a justification for the war on Venezuela, right? The blockade, the striking of boats, all of that. We can analyze how credible that narrative is, right? That doesn't mean that the narrative is credible or not credible. There aren't going to be, as the outcome, oil companies benefiting, contracts, etc. That's a separate conversation, right? But can we just analyze the credibility or justification for going to war? And to be fair, this is not only the single justification that was given. There were competing 5 justifications for going to war, and the one that was the most popular was it's about oil, right? So we can just critically approach and figure out whether, as a justification for military action, that narrative makes sense or doesn't make sense. So that was the conversation in which we were engaging, not whether Chevron is going to, or some American company is going to pick up a contract.
No, that is part of the conversation because I remember being told multiple times that these companies weren't going to participate. I remember when Exxon went there and said that it's too risky for them to invest. And my response to that is a bunch of independent firms there, and Exxon is one company who has to burn there. But there are other companies operating there that would be willing to take on the risk for such a vast amount of oil.
Yeah, so some companies that have risk appetite will go for it. I've never really remember saying this.
Chevron and Chevron is actually risk appetite. They're not like an Yeah, okay. Well, I'll agree with you that I'll agree with you completely that the narratives out of the Trump administration are disjointed. They often changed by whether they were soft or Charmin on the toilet that night, which I will give you that.
It's not only Trump, it's
You're right, it is not only Trump. It is the entire I'm trying to think of a good word, but I can't. The entire group, except for Marco Rubio, who actually I think now is probably going to be our next president. That's a different story. sitting next to Marco, who looks like the adult in the room every time I see him. But it is like from Christine Nome to all these things that have gone out with these people who are not necessarily qualified to be in these departments that look good on TV. I'm with you. It has not been a professional organization. But that doesn't mean, like, also, at the same time, when Trump says something that he's going to do, it tends to happen. As crazy as it may sound, it tends to happen.
Nobody's arguing about that. Again, I'm trying to remind people who, and the room, and you apparently, because you don't remember the conversation. The conversation was about whether, as a narrative, the best possible narrative, whether it's coming from incompetent people, not incompetent people. Let's imagine the best possible justification of energy security, typically fossil fuels and oil, as a reason to go to war with Venezuela or do a military action against Venezuela, including the boat strikes, right? That narrative, even packaged in the most best possible ways, using the best arguments, right, of energy security, does not make sense on the numbers. That was the point of that whole discussion that we now colloquially refer to as whether it was about oil. That was the conversation. Period. We disagree about that.
I don't even know what she said. That was a factor. Let's just drop it. We all know it. It's okay.
Again, you're reframing the conversation.
I'm not reframing it. That's what I
wasn't a factor.
I got it. This is what I said. I said oil was the major factor for them to win, and that they were going to change the leadership. To me, I get the regime. You think Miriam is correct. The regime has not changed, but the American flag is over the embassy, and Maduro's sitting in prison, and it sounds like there's going to be. I'm not right yet. It sounds like there's going to be oil contracts or some major companies that were.
That's a great conversation that I just.
Let's not talk about it. It's a circular conversation that apparently never was fine. I was wrong. Who gives a fuck? How about this? Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can put your rules or your skills up.
Okay.
Okay.
I like my trolling.
I stand on
privilege to troll you.
Do what?
I like my trolling to be free, but if you insist I'll pay you the privilege of trolling you.
My man. All right, how about this one? I'm going to stand by my rules. I'm going to stand by my April 1st date.
detailed, and as I do, I'm going to wait for my other G-Wagon. And I also have a Ferrari because I live in Calabasas. Hey, they got no fights.
Don, you missed yesterday. Why don't they say that they are in a higher tax bracket than the period North America? Because they are a higher tax bracket and have high income jobs.
Well, that's definitely true for you because they cut USA a few months ago. You know, you've been struggling.
Well, I need donations then. Not me.
What would you prefer? Would you prefer donations to make up for them cutting USA? Miriam was a spy for USA for people that don't understand. So, no, they were saying they were funding the money that was Miriam. Would you rather have the donations or have the man? Because you've been thirsty for both on the app now for about a year.
Got the man following the money.
There it is. There it is.
You've been looking for a man, man. You talking like you should. I'm gonna say one thing. Man, I can cook. They do drive G-Wagon. Almost every Iranian that I know that shot the blue drives a G-Wagon. There's no doubt about that. But Neil, before I go, I wanted to that general Chris, I'm guessing I'm correct. I can't hear it. I can't hear him. Yeah. I'm probably not. I probably can know like 22. The general they have confirmed. Can't remember his name. Rajani.
It's not a general.
Not a general. Supreme.
Maybe the other guy that was a general, they said they did too.
Yeah, he's dead for sure. But there was conjecture whether or not I can't say his name. Larjani, thank you. That Larjani was dead, and now it's confirmed that he's dead because now some Iranians are starting to say it too. So,
that was just off the street last week for the parade.
Last week, that's what I was saying. Y'all was talking about it. Gary's out there on the parade.
Rarely took them out. It wasn't the G-Wagoners.
No, well, look, hold on. There have been some assassinations. This is what's giving me hope, man. There have been some assassinations inside. So somebody's got to be giving real-time intelligence in order for the drones to know to hit these places.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree. If you follow the trail, the yellow brick road.
Look at Buddy Bing. Hey, Buddy. I like your photo. It's nice. Hey, girl. How you doing? I'm fine.
First thing we there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you seen Sister Sai in the last 3 months?
Yeah, she been in the audience. She's not coming on stage.
I want to ask her about some radio stations because she promised me. People always promise me they're gonna put things in the chat to prove me wrong, and I just am like in Vogue. I'm never gonna get it. 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 I never get it. It's not fair.
Well, she kind of took a break. She really hasn't really been, participating that much.
But she said she was gonna bring someone on to prove me wrong. We're gonna get that important Arkansas history.
I got it, but she been like on a hiatus. She hasn't really been speaking much.
All right, that's fair. All right, thanks, man.
I gotta go see a man about a horse. Is there anything else before I go there? Do I have permission to do so?
Yes, sir.
Well, you can buy a horse. And if you're looking for a man,
Are you purchasing a horse?
huh?
Are you gonna purchase a horse?
It's a Texas thing.
It's a pink dog.
I just want that.
Irish car bomb too tonight.
I thought there was a certain.
I celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I'm feeling down. Give me an Irish car bomb. I mean, a couple fans. That's awful.
And unseasoned potatoes, Friday night.
Hey, it's just, hey.
Come on.
My bad. I thought Patty was on school.
Everybody just be calling me everything. They just put any on me. I'm sorry.
Well, you got Patty on the brain because she wasn't that much big.
That's a fact, man.
My God, you think it's on Black America, if it's a Black America, if there's any quote unquote white holiday that you might want to celebrate low key in the crib, it might be St. Patrick's Day. Because many of y'all come from Irish stock. But with some black redheads in here, I'm done speaking.
Hey, I know when you was growing up, your parents was like, oh yeah, we ran green today for school. I think that's a North thing. Northeast black folks thing.
We still do that.
Yeah, I used to do it.
I have 8 children, and I have 8 children who all wore green today. Let's still done, yeah. I will tell you, the black Irish. And I'm the black people in Ireland. You probably be with the blacks in Ireland. First way you know what the black people are.
It was a singer. The black people win. Hey, Billy Joe.
In Ireland.
And Ireland?
Yeah, the blacks in Ireland's a few.
There was a soul singer.
Which one?
Her name starts with the I, I think now.
The lady that sang Diamonds Are Forever was Welsh. Diamonds Are Forever. That lady.
Oh, Shirley Bassey.
Shirley Bass.
Oh, Shirley Bassey.
Shirley Bass.
I love her.
Yeah, she's Welsh, but I can't think of any Irish, black Irish singers. Is Olivia Dean Irish? I don't think so. She's just mixed with Caribbean and British.
Yeah.
Who is it, Butter? Do you remember?
Kelly, I think he has a statue or a bust or
I'll get back to you in a second.
I don't know what he's saying. Can you hear me? Sorry. Yeah, Luke Kelly. I don't know what he sings. I think there's a statue of him or a bust of him. Let me Google it. Okay. Several iconic singing sessions, okay, Allen, notably, Phil, wait, he's not black. Is he black? I can't tell. I think Luke Kelly is one. But I don't know too many black people coming out of Ireland. But they do love black people. I know that. Yeah, they are. Well, we was with musicians. We was treated right. But that's the
Laura is the board. You haven't heard of her? You haven't heard of Laura is the board?
no. Let me see. Oh, there he is. This is actually I saw. Phil Lynott. A life-size bronze statue of Phil Lynott, the black Irish frontman of the rock band Thin Lizzy, stands on Harry Street in Dublin, Ireland, near the Bruxelles Rock Pub. I actually saw this statue. Couldn't remember his name. I know y'all never heard of him. But Phil Lynott, there you have it. We everywhere. We awesome.
Like Guinness. The Irish has Guinness, right?
Yeah, Guinness, whiskey,
Whiskey, yeah, I don't like the Irish drink stuff. I'll drink the whiskey if there's nothing else there, but I don't like Baileys. I don't like Guinness. I don't like Irish whiskey.
Yeah, with the car bomb, you gotta drink it real fast or the curl up, you know.
Yeah, because you drop it in, right?
Yeah, it's a fact, yeah.
There's a Guinness stout punch my pops used to make. It was good. You need the stout, use the condensed milk, peanuts. What's the is know about that Guinness stout punch? It's good stuff. It's good for things and stuff. I don't want to go down that road. We always end up there. But some breaking news out of New York, where a skyscraper on fire. I know Spirit Juice is here at 43rd Street, whatever. Big fire at 43rd Street along the route of the parade today, St. Patty's Day. I don't know if anybody was hurt. I'm done.
I put her tune in chat. I think it might have been in the top 30, 13 years ago. We actually say top 50. from IG. I saw you went to In-N-Out after the Oscars.
No, that was propaganda from the CIA.
Mary and his handler instructed him to go to In-N-Out.
I mean, was there something significant about In-N-Out?
I like the burgers, and there was one that was in LA.
Okay, so because it's in LA, that would be the
You know, like you know how it is. You like you accomplish a big thing, and it's like, I just want a burger.
Yeah.
You know, like when you go to the prom. I went to 3 proms. But when you went to the prom,
Jesus.
well,
With the same girl?
no, different girls all across the city. Hello.
Oh, God.
Oh God. You know how like after we're gonna get burgers after. Well, like have you seen the movie Sideways? Sideways after all things, he ends up drinking this very expensive bottle of wine. It's called oh God, what's the wine? It'll come to me. Baby, come to me. I can't remember, but he ends up after everything breaks down and he sees that his ex-wife who he really fell in love with, anyways. Like they go to Jack's wedding, remember? And then she actually has a man. She's actually pregnant for her new husband. He ends up going like a burger joint and just drinks the wine in like this, you know, very unremarkable styrofoam cup. It's like that. It's like, I'm gonna carry my Oscar around and get a burger. You know, it's a thing. It's a trouble.
Yeah, you know, similar to, you know, when Jay was like, oh, Blue got a new sippy cup or another sippy cup for his Grammys.
I think also like I'm just a regular guy. I know I won, but I'm not going to wherever Mr. Childs or whatever the hell is wherever they go. I'm gonna go to In-N-Out. I'm regular. I'm just like you.
I'm gonna get a twist. He went there too.
And plus,
That's why I did not let it get full because all they had was fucking sushi and what's that?
for gas.
But now people go eat first. It's still related to how a couple of years back, I forget exactly who was on the photo, but a couple of artists went to Waffle House after the Grammys, and that photo went viral as well.
Didn't y'all do that after prom? Didn't y'all do like
We did, yeah.
diner or the fancy stuff and after he still just tuxedo on? Kind of cool.
Yeah. And everybody, all the people like, that was him.
Excuse me. 70% of you remember that. So the 30% of you didn't go to the prom. Continue.
I'm thinking that's might be the new trend since this whole, you know, Hollywood party scene has gone sort of not so favorable news-wise. So maybe people are just doing something different. Oh my God, let me try to remember my phone was coming out. Well, yeah, no, I just asked the question because I saw it and I didn't know if it was like somebody special there or, you know, if it was special food, but now I know. You said it's in LA.
Maybe he has a connection in I don't know about. But I just thought he was getting a burger.
Got it. I mean, you know, I didn't know if it was a black establishment, you know. In-N-Out Burger is a favorite.
Yeah, it's one of the pride. It's people very prideful there about their In-N-Out burgers in LA. Like that's their thing. That's their local delicacy. It's the low-high thing of it all.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, good burgers if you ask me.
They're fantastic. I love them.
And they're also inexpensive, so it's like much less than Shake Shack, arguably better. So it's like the people's choice. It's the people's choice.
Is that the only place In-N-Out is? Is that the only place?
It's expanding now.
Is it in the South?
I mean, in Tennessee, I believe. But it's not like Cookout at all.
It is a family-owned burger joint. Is it like in Florida?
They have it on stretch.
It used to be.
In Florida.
Okay.
The lady that I thought that, I do remember when Biden went to cookout with a black family and they ordered chicken and people tried to act like it. Those were the days. Remember we had to say that you're allowed to eat chicken as a black person and not be racist with a white person. Now we're in war with Iran.
Wait, what's cookout? Where's that at?
In the South.
Nasty after middle of the night.
Oh, so is it like?
No, it was bad when they first opened up. They actually they turned the trash later on, but when they first opened up, it was really good. And the first place I had it was in North Carolina. It's not bad. It ain't nothing. It ain't very good. France.
First lady, did they turn the trash? Did they turn the trash first lady, or did you ever taste like to the
No, it just wasn't the same. It wasn't. Before, I felt like the meat, the ingredients, everything was real. And then when I went back years later, I think I was like, maybe it could have been the state that I was in that made it different. It just seemed very chain from that point on. When I first went here, it seemed like it was authentic burgers and fries and stuff like that. But when I went years later in a different place, it was just like, ugh, that's like the same. Even down to the milkshake. Milkshake wasn't even right.
I think your palate and stomach are more discerning now.
What else are you on the West Coast?
Well, I haven't had it lately.
Sorry.
Go ahead, West
For
Coast.
those of you on the West Coast, like what are they talking about? It's sort of like the Southeast version of Jack in the Box. They have a bunch. It's a very eclectic sort of eclectic sort of menu. It's not bad Jack in the Box comparison. Not good for Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box is nasty for real.
Oh, for sure.
Like, Jack in the Box is more like a Texas bar.
We're talking about California and Gemini's in there. Can you imagine? So Jack in the Box, I think people like their tacos. This is what I discovered. Like that's their thing. People like their tacos. I didn't know it.
Yeah, they like the tacos. They're known for. Let me read the room. They're known for lunchy food, if that makes sense. That's why if you notice Jack in the Box, 24 hours. They have some very unorthodox menu items. They'll have these like loaded nachos. It just looks like a bunch of just shit thrown together, but that shit sells. It's like, yeah.
Well, my conspiracy is that Arby's is actually fun or something.
Because it's
Well, then maybe
Jack in the Box is the same. It's really not about the food. Keeping Arby's, no, I need to speak to somebody different. Let me think of this. Who was keeping Arby's in business? I don't never see that line right now. But if you notice, Arby's owns a lot of everything. Like Arby's owns, let me see, hold on. We looked this up one time.
I think it's a front to, I didn't know something like
it stands for Arby's.
No, Arby's owns Buffalo Wild Wings. They own Sonic Drive-In. They own Jimmy John's, Dunkin' Donuts, and Baskin and Robbins.
well, Sonic does close.
Yeah, that's the one.
The ones in Atlanta closed. The ones in Atlanta need to close.
Yeah, so they're backed by Work Capital Group, but Arby's itself owns Buffalo Wild Wings, Sonic, Jimmy John's, Dunkin' Donuts, and Baskin Robbins. Yep, like the whole set, like not like the store
The
brand.
only thing is worth anything at Arby's is they fries. That's it. They fries is the only thing that's edible. Everything else is, I don't even know what it is.
It drive-throughs there's always cars in the drive-through up here.
It's never, I've never seen that.
It's kind of like Dairy Queen. It's like trailer park trash. Like,
That's what I'm doing. Dairy Queen.
you want to put Dairy Queen down right now.
That's what I'm doing.
How's that? I need me to just stay serious every now and then.
people that make Cracker Barrel because it would be cotton patch. No, that's racist as fuck. No, what is that? No, but I love Mama's Cafe as well. That's a Dallas staple.
I think I'm not giving it up.
Cotton patch.
If we're going to Cracker Barrel.
Cotton patch. I can go. You never have a taste for dumplings. That's where I go. I just go and I listen. The drinks are chicken good. The food is good and cheese. Yes, I go get me a bowl of dumplings and a spiked iced tea.
Now it's time to hear so much money.
I can't get over the fact that the name of the place is Cotton Patch. Texas is the
Hey, you guys, you have to hear this new Burger King commercial that's just out, and it's narrated by the president of Burger King. It's really short.
I can't talk with Burger King, so it is
Check this out, Brooklyn. You have to watch the commercial because it's all like it shows the 60s black and white footage, and you see him in his office with like this wall of post-its behind him as if he's like looking at thousands of messages from customers. It's a great commercial. And I saw it, I was watching the Oscars, and I think it came on during the Oscars.
I haven't eaten Burger King since 99. I don't even know what the fuck Burger King is like, so there's that. That shit could go away too. I wouldn't care.
I love how he says how there's no fast food anymore, and that's not good.
I think Chick-fil-A is like the king of fast food, to be honest with you, because it still has like a health component. Like it's fast food, but it's not like guilty fast food, if that makes any sense.
Strongly disagree.
And you sound like a healthy nut. Me at 666 pounds is saying that that Chick-fil-A is healthy. Okay? There's that.
I think it's grossly overrated. Chick-fil-A. I was so disappointed when I tried it the first time.
But of course, y'all don't understand. I've been the birthplace of Chick-fil-A. Y'all don't understand what it's like. You have to come to Georgia. Unless you come to Georgia, you don't know that.
I had it. I'm saying I was really excited about it, but when I experienced it, I was like, this is some bullshit.
I literally lived up the street from the 24-hour original Chick-fil-A for years. They got a different menu than the rest of the Chick-fil-A's. Like, they got home country meals, they got fucking all kinds of shit you can't even see on the menus. That was like,
Chick-fil-A.
none of them are open. It's 24 hours, but boy, you
Chicago donuts.
I think, but they have some artisan donut shops along 14th Street, Irving, around there, man. I can't remember the name of them. But what's the name of the joint I'm thinking about? Oh my God, those donuts.
Yeah, but they're nowhere though, right? They're not like a staple. Oh my God, donut shop or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, not that one. This is another brand. I have to find, but they're gourmet donuts and they are delicious. They're pricey. Somebody said.
Yeah, but I don't remember growing up in Minneapolis when we just had fucking donut shops all up and down the street.
No,
you know what I'm saying? All we had was crispy. Well, not even crispy because
Crispy came in.
I don't think crispy ain't come into like the late 90s.
We had Dunkin' and we had a few dope donut shops. Shops here and there.
That's all I remember. Dunkin'. Dunkin' back in the day was good. They powdered donuts. That was it.
I remember when Krispy Kreme came and people were lined in front of there from like 4 a.m.
The one on 25th Street open, it was on the top.
Yeah, I was around here.
It was weird. Like literally people, it was like a thing, like a huge deal.
In the 90s, when I lived near Normandy Court, right, on the complete east side, they had a donut spot near Asphalt, the Asphalt Center. Yo, they had this little donut spot over there. It was just like a little hole in the wall. The best greasy glazed donuts in the world, I swear. I wonder what happened to them. I have to walk around the whole block. So to your point, Brooklyn, we didn't have a bunch of like donut shops like that in New York like that. It just wasn't the same.
Donuts wasn't a thing.
Bagel shops, we got plenty of them. Too much.
Yeah.
Too many.
And some of the bagel shops, they would have like their own like gourmet donut type shit, but that was it. Like all you had was Dunkin' until Krispy came through. Is there any other Krispy Kreme besides the one on Hudson?
There used to be one on 23rd, I do remember.
Yeah, the one on 23rd, I remember that.
And Penn Station as well. I don't know, I'm grown now. What do you want to do? Let's do it.
I was making those breaking news across on TV. Multiple celebrations have broken out for Syria against the regime's wishes. There were multiple calls in many neighborhoods praising the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi's call for unity. One neighborhood in Tehran, police did open fire. It looks like a couple of people have been hit. But there are other cities in which there has no, the regime had not responded. So they are on the streets.
I'm confused. What are you talking about exactly? Oh, celebrating. I don't. Trade. That's why I be wanting you to post the stuff because I don't be understanding what you're saying.
I recognize it's not taking back staking governments.
Joe.
Are you not drugs? You're not drugs. Yeah, I'm listening to a liquored up fucking mid-aged weirdo, and I can't understand what his liquored up ass be saying. That's all I'm saying. And then you be lying most of the time, so that's another reason why I want you to post shit. Don't be funny, because I can be funny too.
You bought that one.
Straight, because he tried to come to me, and I didn't even say anything about that.
Earlier was the exercise. I heard y'all. I think he was speak. I was a little frustrated because I'm like, just listen, but I was listening.
So started probably about 8 hours because it's midnight there. But yeah.
Why the fuck you found out about it? Why I can't know what you know? Why I can't see what you saw? That's what I'm saying. You gotta post your shit, Trans.
No.
That's all I'm saying, because you be lying. I'll do it.
I'll post it.
Fucking lying. Thank you.
No problem, I'll post it.
And then better be in the fucking channel and curse you out one day.
Well, I'll give some quick Iran news. Russia is reportedly expanding military cooperation with Iran. The U.S. aircraft carrier that had the fire in the laundry room, USS Joe Ford, is leaving to go to Crete for maintenance. 29 sirens were activated across Israel in the last 24 hours. And what else? Other shit going on. Russia condemned strike on the territory of Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant. Hope I said that right. And that's it. So that's from my perspective. I can post links to all of that.
Kim's glad you can. This big handful, so when it comes to nothing, you be lying. Liar. It's on fire. If you just wanted to talk about Texas fried steak, you could have did that. You have to come up here making shit up.
Wait, what's up with chicken fried steak?
So who did they kill? It says Iran confirms 2 top officials killed at Iran.
Well, it's one of their cities. I believe Israel says it's Iran's de facto leader, Ali Larijani. But, I guess it depends who you talk to.
No, they killed him.
Well, I know he's dead, but in terms of what his role was, and it depends who you talk to.
So, Larijani was expected that, because he was kind of considered and so he was expected to work with in order to be a transitional leader for the cause. But apparently, according to CNN, an article just came out after he was so repressive in support of killing the protesters in January. They put him on the target list. He was the one that was a couple of days ago. The man was talking about walking around in the parades and telling people to resist. So he was killed, and then the commander of the Bashir's force, which is basically the secret police that goes out and does the actual killing. He was also killed along with 2 of the commanders. So that's why it's significant that the people are now on the streets after being told not to be on the streets. The people are on the streets celebrating a different festival, but they're also chanting anti-regime chants. That's why it's extreme.
Roughly how many people are out there chanting that?
It's multiple cities, so it's hard to tell, but I would call it. I'm looking at the aerial shots. Maybe 2,000. It's hard to tell if you're looking at close-up photos. But it's multiple places, like it's neighborhoods. It's definitely not 100,000 people out there. That's definitely not the case, but it's definitely a few hundred.
So I can read the statement from Netanyahu. He says, this is meant to enable the brave people of Iran to celebrate the Festival of Fire, and he encourages or urges Iranians to go out and celebrate the ancient festivals now seen as an anti-regime protest. This is according to the Times of Israel.
That's the coolest festival by far, by the way. It's worth looking into. I forget what it's called right now.
Surrey, Trambani, I think announced the second part, but Surrey something.
Just say festival fire, that's what it is. It is Shoshone, Surrey. It's seen by the Islamic Republic as a pagan holiday, and celebrations often feature anti-regime protests. This is according to the Times of Israel, so take it for real.
That's already declared. It is the Israelis that are calling it. The Israelis have told people it's not time to get off the street. We will let you know when you can. And so the thought is maybe, I'm not sitting in the room, but the fact, I didn't know the statement from Netanyahu until Scott just said it, that maybe that they have now taken out enough of these police checkpoints, and the police are afraid to go out because of the drones. That maybe this is the beginning of a turn and of the overthrow. It's not enough to turn, but it's the fact that
He doesn't give a shit about the Iranian people. He just wants them out in the street protesting. That's his motivation. He's not thinking, oh, it's safe that you guys can go out there. You're getting fucked. He's like, get out there, celebrate your festival, and also like overthrow the government, protest against the government while you're there. But I don't give a fucking day.
I would disagree with that because the statements previously have been it's not safe yet, and they have warned people not to go out because they were afraid of what would happen to them. So the fact that there is now statements that are encouraging protests, that is a big change in what has been going on for the past 2 weeks.
So you think this is the big moment, Trent? People are gonna rise up, they're gonna overthrow the government.
I think this is the testing of the show. It's not a good sign, obviously, that people have been killed or shot at. There's also reports that they shot indiscriminately at residential buildings. So I don't know if they have enough. I don't know if this is the start or not. It's hard to say at this early stage.
I mean, I think one thing we know is that they're gonna shoot at people who are rising up if there are gonna be people rising up. I don't think anyone expects that to be some sort of like bloodless revolution.
Significant in some cities of Western significant thing. Not that there was shooting, but if it were me, I would want to go and try to take out certain territories. Looking at us, we would want Texas or California to begin to succeed to start something in the rest of the country. So if we notice a certain part of the country where the police are laying down bombs, maybe that reaches to multiple police to the complete entire whole of the region.
What's the water situation, Trent?
Situation on.
Didn't Tehran have like
food shortage. They estimate that if this military operation, or whatever people want to call it, goes on longer than 6 months, then 40 million people will be facing a
For this, can I speak?
Thank you, TT. I thought I saw that. I assume having your infrastructure bomb does some kind of, I don't know how to avoid this bad development or bad pun, but downstream effects. So hopefully they can survive this whole like starving people out approach to war is filthy. I really hope that's not what's happening.
In addition to that, their economy, I think that their money is worthless. Like $1 equals like $1 million within your currency. It's crazy.
Well, they bombed the bank. And that was smart. They took out the bank so that the RRGC could pay. Now your army can get paid for it. They took out the servers.
No, Trent, their money is worthless. Like the paper.
Yeah.
It's more. So Trent, this is my problem with this. These people are suffering, and yet we have people come in here and say, drop more bombs. We love this. Drop more bombs. The people, it's so oppressive. It's tone deaf. Because people are suffering.
They've had high inflation they've had ridiculous inflation for years now. That's part of the reason why the January protest started is because their money became worthless, and partially because they didn't want to impose our sanctions. So while I'm again with you, don't want to bomb water, bomb power, so that people can leave. Bombing the banks and lightening the servers so that the IRGC and the secret police can't conduct business and take police stations does work, because that's what allows it of this oppressive regime.
That's nuts. I'm just gonna say that.
Why would that be nuts?
Oh my God! Let me count the ways. Are you serious?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, the first one is when you have a plan, you can't just do like steps 1 to 3. That's a 10-step plan. And I don't think that there's anything to signal that the Trump administration is actually like, first off, it's hard to even tell what their objectives are, and like just the basics of strategy are you have to know what you're trying to accomplish and what your success rate looks like to successfully deploy that plan. And right now, no one's really sure what's going on, and there's a lot of evidence that they don't really know. So that's the first thing. So if you just kind of bomb them into greater destitution, that first
almost like an argument of saying we should leave the Gestapo and the SS intact.
Well, you can try it. Well, it's not an argument. I'm trying. I just want you to listen for a second. I just need to Trent, if you can't listen when you're talking.
What?
Nobody is, you can't listen when you're talking. Nobody is saying that that's good. What we are saying is that we can't do good by doing bad. These people are suffering. Nobody's saying that the Ayatollah should have been there. Nobody's saying that. What we're saying is that you cannot have peace through sitcom. That's what we're saying.
You can have peace or what?
Sitcom, military action. That's what we're saying.
Okay, but so again, you can disagree with going in, but now that you're in, the strategy that is happening across the country is to take out these police forces that have killed 20,000 college students, basically, very recently. And right now, as of tonight, you can see them pulling up and sniping these people. You're saying that the United States and Israel shouldn't use their drone technology. Hello? Ian?
Oh, you cannot. Oh, my God.
Yeah, you cannot.
Oh my God. The United States and Israel have drones over Iran and can see these police forces killing these people pretty peacefully protesting. Well, are we making the assumption that the United States and Israel should then not use our technology to eliminate those police forces and discovery. So we are using, instead of sitting a brown person's bottle, we can't see this custom person's lips like on and like that. But instead of using brown persons to do so, we are using drone technology in order to eliminate the threat for this. I don't have a problem.
So basically what you're saying is if I'm a gang member, right, and I have an opposing group at a child's birthday party, it's okay for me to go and shoot up this child's birthday party because the target's there. That's basically what you're saying.
But the fuck is the street party? I said it's
I
okay.
think that's what you're saying. I'm putting it into words. And
No, I don't know
that's what you're saying.
No, what I said is I'm
Because
okay.
there's a target, it's still okay to go.
No, that's not what I said.
That is literally what you're saying.
No, fly, that's not what I said. What I said is it's okay to bomb the police organizations. It's okay to bomb the police checkpoints that they're putting out. That's what is happening.
People act, that's okay. There's multiple civilians, where there's a children's school, that's okay.
Well, the period, it's the like, they got rid of the strategic military position. It's okay though, because it was only 165 students.
The children's school was a mistake, and unfortunately, in the world, you're gonna have mistakes. But
So I literally just said exactly what you said. I just said it using gang members, and then you told me that it was wrong. I honestly don't think you even know what you're saying.
but nobody would say you should go bomb a kid's school party. No, I would not agree
Well,
with
there's
that.
there's police over there. There's people who kill a lot of people over there, Trent.
Have you seen him hit these checkpoints? Have you watched the videos of him hitting the checkpoints a lot?
Yeah, I do.
You have?
I have to.
You disagree with it?
Yeah.
You think we should sit in grounds with?
I think so, yeah. Is that not what I just said like 3 minutes ago? I said you should special operations into it.
Fly?
How do we do that?
Use
How do we go and capture?
we use a microwave weapon to disarm.
We have multiple ways that we can go about this, right? Without blowing up innocent civilians.
Okay, well,
No, you learned that's my point. Like you're just finding ways to kind of justify this shit. Like
no. Venezuela, what we did in Venezuela to capture one person is completely different than extricating a regime that has a very sophisticated military that's built up and been planning and is being assisted by Russia and has been planning for this type of action for the past 2 decades. The big difference.
it's not, no matter how you flip it, it's not. People have to go out there and take their fucking kids if that's wrong. So, again, you trying to justify that is absolutely insane to me. And the fucking rule is just crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Tia. It's not a. I'm looking at it. I know the difference. These are real videos. And you're on the left, but I'll say this: if this could continue for another night, then I'll say it's the beginning of a real regime push. But you gotta get these. You gotta eliminate these people that are willing to kill these protesters, and that's going to take. Unfortunately, there's going to be some collateral damage there.
Yeah, how many emails and these are real videos? Trent, what is the marker that shows you these are real videos?
How do I know that they're real videos?
How do you personally know that they're real videos? I mean, I know you're in marketing for like what, Ford, but certainly they've got some kind of like professional video, program or something that makes you a professional. Tell me what a real video is. Are you fucking kidding me?
You can say that college rooms damage is accepted. Those 160 kids that
I'll say this. Once we determine, and then watch another, these have these videos. I just want to say that. So
change the job, you want to hire. He's like, I'm excited to make this. He's right there on the floor. And he's on fucking Instagram reading you the story. So I think it's cool. Everyone's a character. You can do whatever you want to do. You have a talent that you can do whatever you want on here. So it's cool.
I don't mind answering you succinctly, but money has to go to your question.
Okay, cool. Beat the screen.
There are, to Bly's point, there are AI programs that will locate other AI. That's one. But two, the easiest way, but it's not me vetting all these videos. There's multiple viewpoints of the same activity. When we have multiple viewpoints, and usually we don't. If a video is under 10 seconds, you should be, and it's something spectacular, you should be worried of it. But if you see a 30 to 40 second video with multiple things happening in it, and then you see it from multiple different angles, that's usually like from a different poster. That's usually an indication that you actually do have a real video. They are like.
And I was going to pulled up the article. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just say this. I went back and pulled up the article. It's actually 45 billion people that are at risk of food shortage due to this conflict.
Can I ask a question in the room? It's a theoretical question. If there was a United States, it's probably a law enforcement agency that was known to harass its own citizens, shoot its own citizens, shoot at its own citizens, lock them up without due process, violate their rights, and it was on camera, would it be allowed and okay and permissible and acceptable for Iran to launch a drone in the United States and blow up their city or regional headquarters? I'm just wondering.
If we had oil in the cities. So the answer would be absolutely not. And they'll probably galvanize people.
Yeah. I'm also thinking about the fact that we are currently blockading another country that hasn't done anything to us. 11 million people on an island. No food, no water, no electricity. I guess that's okay. This is an interesting world we live in now with this kind of thinking reform policy. People talking about regime change and the people that no one really even gives a damn about. So you don't care about the actual people.
Oh, I was thinking about actually throwing something out really quickly that's already going on in the United States. We have three-letter organizations that are shooting at their own citizens, killing them, going against their rights.
You don't say.
The United States right this second, I mean, why would it be happening at a different store if they're doing it here on our own? So why is this surprising? Hello? That's not even rhetorical. That's like, what? My thing is that the surprise that people are displaying when we've been seeing this crap happening over and over and over and over again, and why people are even shocked. Why You guys say it's surprising that we're gonna sit there and say cluster bombs in the middle of a country that we started this shit to begin with. And that's surprising. And you got a guy that's sitting here saying that, oh, those weren't our tomahawks. They used their own tomahawks and you know, send them towards themselves, which we already have that there are only 3 people that have tomahawks, so you know, it's not those people. So, you know, I mean, why are we even surprised by all this crap?
Hello, can we talk a little bit?
Yeah, talk a little bit, please. Thanks.
Okay, just want to say that I'm gonna ask a list of questions and my answer to all of those is no, obviously. First of all, was it right for Trump to start this war? No. Was it right to, and the other thing is, how this war goes forward is what matters now, because we've already started, right? I don't think Iranians wanted war in their country. I'm saying this as an Iranian. But I think the choice of what happens forward is matter. Would it be right for US to occupy hard and take the oil for itself? Do you think that would be right?
Wait, why are you asking us questions?
Yeah, I just want to say that there are immoral things to do at this point, right? Like occupying hard.
Instead of asking us questions, why don't you just tell us?
My point is that a very serious mistake happened. US attacked Iran, but it has now moral responsibility how to carry out what they began. Because by starting this, they created a situation that the people who've been already oppressed are going to be much more oppressed. The government has power over them, and the government has been threatening people that they will take revenge beyond what they did already a month ago. They killed back then 45,000 people. Now they're claiming they will do something that what they did a month ago is minuscule compared to it. A revenge on the people. So when US started the war, it has a moral responsibility, you know, to put people more in danger and finish this war.
People that their moral responsibility is to kill more people so that we could get out of power and the Iranians can take over. Is that your claim?
My claim is that the only moral solution at this point is to make sure this regime goes with minimum casualty out, because otherwise, what US did created a situation that will be hundreds of thousands of people will die. If they say, okay, you know what, we don't want to continue at this point because we will take the oil and we are done. We will occupy hard, we will accomplish our own goals, we hit the military target of missiles.
So, wait a minute, is she?
She's definitely not. She's definitely not. I mean, what he's saying, what's going on is wrong. Am I not? Accelerate, and literally wipe out the whole tree. Oh, you think we should wipe out the whole
I'm saying take the heads of the regime out because you shouldn't have started this war if you were not planning to end. If your plan is to end, then
Follow-up question.
I mean Americans. If the plan was, let me finish. If the plan was to just hit the oil resources, the infrastructure of the country, hit the missiles of the country, occupy one island of that country, all of those are completely immoral.
All right, so I have a question for you. You're Iranian, yes? Do you want Pavlovich back in? Is that who you think should lead the next government?
No, I don't think Pahlavi should give the most
Do you want, if you had your choice, would you have just said America let the status quo be the status quo with the IDRC.
I don't think the status quo should have been what it is, but it would be the Iranian people should have found another way to fix it. But they did not be able to find any way anymore. That's my point.
So now that the US has gone in, you want them to finish the job, quote unquote, and if that means killing and bombing the fuck out of Iran, then so be it, because we need the regime.
I didn't say go fuck, kill, and fuck out of Iran. For example, the US has been there for 3 weeks. Of the most important heads of the government, they have taken out maybe 10 people. Wouldn't have been better if the heads of the government were taken more and less civilians? Yes or no?
Alright, wait, before we continue.
They know very well they are those people.
Listen, is it Maria?
Yes.
Maria, I need you to stay around because in the first week of this situation, and the talks leading up to it, the Iranian people were coming in and saying, US, you need to go over there and take them out. When Trump said he was going to go and do it, there were some little people. And what we kept saying is, what if they just go and do what they need to do? Exactly what you're saying. And now you're crying for the other half and saying, hey, well, you got to finish the job. Well, we don't know. That's the whole thing. That's the whole reason why we kept saying, you really don't want that to happen because what is the plan? If they go and start it, what's the plan? We don't know. We're in this place right now trying to figure it out, and we continuously keep asking the same question. So what would be the next step? If you think they take out the leaders, then what? Then what happens?
Okay, it's a very simple thing. In Iran, there are lots of people that belong to different political parties. There are multiple political parties, multiple ethnicities. There are people who are in political prisons. It's very simple. You created people, Iranian people. If this government surrenders to people, I'm not saying surrender to US, surrender to your people, what will happen when once most of the heads of the government are gone? You create a committee. Iranian people will create a committee out of their political parties, multiple ethnicities, and that political committee will sit, create the new constitution, put it for a referendum on their international observations that is done fairly, and a new government will be created approving that new constitution. A secular democratic government will be formed by participation from all ethnicities and all the political parties that have been suppressed with solution. The problem is nobody wants.
Wait, before we get into the solution, because I think I have a problem with the solution that you just provided. Why aren't they doing that now? You can't wait and then form, because then it's behind. But if they were to come forward now and try to start working a deal, then possibly they can get the whole situation. Do you think that's what's happening in the background?
I think what they want is, I do not know what Trump wants. Trump is not, can I say something? Trump, in my opinion, is not so trustable. I do not know what he wants. Nobody can read his mind. I don't trust him much. But I can say this. There are 2-3 things he can do, and probably those are what he thinks. One is, I will damage their missiles. I will damage this country. There will not be power in the region or something, and I'm done, I'm out. I think that will be similar to what happened we have historical ground for this, what happened in Iraq after the first Gulf War. I'm not saying the second time that US went to Iraq, it will be what happened after the first one. And Saddam Hussein became 10 times worse after the first attack on US than he was before.
final thing I will say is, it's totally retarded for there to be like a constitutional convention where civilians get together and draft a new convention and civilians try to run Iran. When you're fighting an insurgency of 1 million killer terrorists, you need strength. You don't need pussies. So the new government of Iran will have to be a military government. It will have to be elements of the military that are not religious, who are tough and battle trained, who are hard asses, and they're going to be running the country for the 10 years that it takes to defeat the insurgents. Now, after the insurgents are totally killed and defeated 10 years from now, then Iran can become a democracy. Anyone that calls for democracy is a retard. Okay, I'm done speaking.
Okay, someone that wants to talk, Archie. President, please don't talk to Jane like that moving forward. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Archie.
I'm gonna let other people talk in depth. I just want to say that I appreciate the way that Snoopy and some of his calls, he's like, you guys can copy me when I get off the stage and then that cracks me up every time. I just wanted to give him that credit, even though Sid was insane, because I think it's pretty interesting to talk about having a new regime in the country when you're not talking about having any boots on the ground in the country. How about they take power? But that's just me. I'll let everybody else talk.
Americans sending troops to Iran because understand Iran has mountainous terrain. American troops will leave in caskets. That's not a smart idea, right? The reason why Iran is part of conquer is because they're this very mountainous area, and they're probably not thinking about good luck trying to do that. Trump is he's putting the American soldiers at a death wish, which is very unfortunate. I was talking to this friend of mine, his friend, the soldier, and he said if we get sent there, we're worried because logistically speaking, it's going to be a nightmare. You know what I mean? So I think it's not that smart to go in somebody's home. We've seen what happened in Vietnam. What happened with how the Americans got embarrassed. Afghanistan, Syria. You know, this is not a smart thing to do. You don't go to somebody's home. They're going to fight like hell. So, and you're in their terrain. They know their land better than you. So I think it's not a smart idea for Trump to, sacrifice American soldiers. Like, that's crazy, man. You know what I mean?
May I say something? A lot of the people who are supporters of Pahlavi, they go ahead and they undermine groups in Iran, for example, Kurdish group and so on. I'm not myself Kurdish, but I hate it when they undermine them and consider them separatists, because they are one of the groups or a couple of groups that have weapons and they can actually come to harm. And they are really dangerous. But Pahlavi, because
She's on the phone. Let me ask somebody else.
oh, that's on my phone for
Well, I thought God stepped in.
stop running on time. Oh, there you go, First Lady. I was gonna say he's a long time guy. Yes, he is.
We have His Highness right here on stage with us.
Where's that person?
Who's Highness on stage?
The Shah, he's right there. Raza, next to Mario.
Oh yeah, he was just talking.
He was in here last night.
I just want to say, and you can dump on me. Come on.
The Crown Prince himself. Oh, no, don't say it. No, that's good. He has entered the stage. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
May I ask the moderators, which of the two residents would you like to hear from? Me or the other resident?
You're the real resident. No, he's the real wrestler, the one that just entered the stage. He was with me last night. He was hanging out. Oh, damn. Real wrestler.
Respectfully,
Oh, what?
What? Okay. I got punished. I said hello to you. I said hello to you, and I said I haven't heard you in so long. I'm so glad to see you. You said that when? Today? Just now. Just now? Oh my God. No, girl. I heard Scotty say something, but I didn't hear your voice. Yeah, when I heard nothing. How are you? Oh no. What did I do now? This dog keep asking for a treat. You know? What? Punch. See, Gemini said I gotta stop talking to you like a baby. I gotta take a bath.
There you go, ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I'm done speaking.
Oh, I thought you were to do it. Now, how much do you spend on treats? I'm not trying to watch your pockets, but you always got a treat for that dog. Oh, you dropping a bag, huh?
I'll get treats for talking down on my head. Divine, you know how I give treats to my dog? I eat a chicken. I put it in a whole chicken. I put it in an air fryer, and then I just literally cut it out and then just give them pieces of chicken. It's actually here to buy the biscuits and all this other stuff. But speaking of dogs, Janice, I don't know if you saw my comment because it was so long in the chat. But I have a twin brother with a puppy named Honey, your PTR. If you look up my PTR.
Oh, shit. That's a nice dog. Divine Jersey, breaking news. Amara, I hope you can hear me in the chat. Or in the view. I don't like that term. People are not on stage, but there is breaking news.
It's the news.
The U.S. has signed now a total of $56 billion in deals with Asia. As Asian countries are now diversifying from the Hormuz crisis, including liquid natural gas and major coal projects, given the political instability in the Strait and in the Middle East, with both Tokyo and South Korea. Wow. The reason I got this is because it includes Hyundai. Hyundai will be
The Korean car people?
I guess Hyundai Heavy Industries will supply coal power plant equipment generation in Alaska. Yeah, I think that's the same Hyundai. I'll have to look.
But they have more problems than that if their riders are riding where it's like instability. What kind of dog is that?
I didn't want to be the asshole who said that.
I was wondering what kind of dog is that? Cause I'm blind and y'all what kind of dog? I'm sorry, they're black and white. Cool. Yeah, I'm a grammar bitch, so I did pick that up. I'm sorry. But money, that house is their money, but
But
it's
they're
illegal.
property because they want protection.
It's illegal off the property though.
You can protect where you don't.
Yeah, but people don't move like that. The biggest, short capital was called the escort capital. People.
Yeah, you go on the corner and pick up a hooker and see how quick you go to jail. Yeah, or you can go to Old Bridge and you can get a word like you're supposed to.
I think what the difference is here is that we don't have legal prostitution in the United States like they have in the United States.
We have legal prostitution in Nevada.
It's like
The only state in the country that does.
So I'm asking the way the same way how we got in Netherlands.
Oh, well, I mean, are you in the corner in the Netherlands?
You don't need to hit a corner in the Netherlands because you have the red district where everything
Where they get corners in the Netherlands? It's not in the red district. I mean,
yeah, they have rules and regulations and all checks and everything else.
we have a Nevada queue every 2 months. They go after. They have all our licenses.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, but you're so smart, you already know. It's fun. I live here.
Yeah, not to mention all those girls down at the casinos on the Las Vegas Strip. That they began passing the strip. I've seen it before.
Well, I'm just saying, they don't, I mean, you're not gonna be, hooking on corners and not going to jail. We have a specific way that you have to do things.
Oh yeah,
We have,
Ramona,
yeah,
I thought it was only specific places in Nevada that prostitution was.
only certain times to watch out.
yeah, Mustang Ranch, Old Bridge Ranch, Bunny Ranch, Cherry Pack.
That's what I'm saying. Like you saying ranch. I thought it was like.
Their houses, their marijuana houses.
I thought that these places were like more rural places, not in places that have like more population.
No, it is a war place. It's called Mustang Ranch.
Okay, so you're not talking about the Vegas Strip.
No, baby, you don't. That's
The
not
Vegas
it.
Strip's illegal, but they still do it. I mean,
They still do it, yeah. But
yeah, like if you Jordan,
not legally.
if you go in any casino on strip, right? Bellagio, what's it called?
You picked up the
Venetian, all of them. What's the other one? Caesar, all of them. You know what I'm saying? MGM right there. At a certain time, you'll see the girls. You see the girls just hanging out with some jeans. So you know the time is looking for God.
As well.
No, I just know. I think.
Let them dig it. That's what they keep going.
I just know. I've seen it. You know, other people look there. So, but it's like, you'd be surprised, man. So, nighttime, especially at a certain time, see those girls by the slot, just chilling. Of course, that's what they're looking for.
Okay, that's what you know.
You can't tell it. You go to jail for working unless they're at a legal brothel. Yeah, what you're talking about are women that ended up in and out of jail for solicitation. But the girls that actually know how to work, you can't tell they're working because they don't make it obvious.
Yeah, they're smart.
Yeah, well, since you know.
No, but I'm just saying the girls were just sitting down. I see it.
Right, well, those are the ones that end up in and out of jail.
They get
You can tell that they're
Alright, y'all arguing about girls and trick dancing and dressing.
Listen,
Let's go.
I'm going to teach him about real hookers, and he's talking about,
Others.
we're talking about the legality in Nevada versus the illegality.
You know, there's a documentary on Hulu
Yeah,
that actually exposes some of this, and even when you think there's protections for people, it's really not.
what do you mean?
I'll take a look. It's The Secrets of the Bunny Ranch.
And that's what they did one of that, but yeah.
What's it called?
The Secrets of the Bunny Ranch.
years ago.
Yeah. Hey, this was when he was actually the original owner. He was Martin. He actually started on top of shares.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
Well, it's definitely not like that's all.
Trump said U.S. is doing very, very well. We are ahead of schedule. My thing is, what schedule? I thought you didn't have a schedule. I thought it was a feeling in your bones. Maybe the bones is talking to him, and we're getting closer to the evidence. I don't know.
You know,
This first lady, you remember yesterday when you played the Trump? Yeah. You remember he said, basically, he insinuated that there was a past president that said, I wish I did, I wish I had.
You know, it'd be crazy if the third, when elections come to election, when he finishes term, let's say, what's the name, gets into power, the vice president, right? And then Trump becomes his vice president, and then the vice president steps down, and then Trump becomes president again. But that's a loophole. You know, that'd be crazy.
But what if Trump was to go over there and become president of Iran?
That'd be crazy.
I'm just saying, because listen.
Speak English now. Yeah.
The people, they want their freedom. They said they want to be able to drink beer and have naked ladies on the beach. Hello? But there's a babies on.
First lady said he's going to start with Cuba.
But I'm saying though, like we can't continuously be over there like we are without having full control, because clearly the people want what they want, and the people want their freedom. That's what they said. That's what the people tell them, that they want their freedom. So, I don't know. I mean,
Are they going to take up the arms?
take up the arms. No, that's what I'm saying. I think they want Trump over there to be their president.
Trump said that they were going to take up arms in 3 days. Jesus rose in 3 days. They're going to take up arms in about 32. Hallelujah.
Wait, is that the same people that Maria was talking about? Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, that the 7,000 turrets? That?
I don't know, sis. Hey, man. But what you think about the people wanting that freedom?
So let them have their freedom, or let them fight for their own freedom. I think the society, the group itself, has to want to have it. If you do everything for them, they're not going to appreciate the freedom that they have because they never fought for it.
It's like the whole metaphor with the butterfly and the chrysalis. You crack open the chrysalis, it's never gonna live because it wasn't strong enough to find its way out to begin with.
Exactly, brother. And then when people, Katrina speaking, when there's shit that's kind of happening in their countries again, and they're gonna have some issues and problems. You know, if they didn't fix their stuff the first time around, they're not gonna be able to deal with issues that come along the way. So, what, we're all united.
Breaking news, well, somewhat cold this one. Joe Kent, the guy that resigned, is expected to record a live episode of the Tucker Carlson show on Wednesday.
What did it say? Are you Oracle Junior now? You know?
Yeah.
Wait, I don't get it. What happened? What's going to happen? Who's going to
my position as Director of National Counterterrorism Center. Effective today, I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it's clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2024, which you enacted in your first term until June 2025. You understood that the wars in the Middle East were trap that robbed America of its precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood, I'm going to skip this first administration and early administrations. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and co-star husband who lost my beloved wife, Shannon, in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation of to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to American people nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we're doing in Iran and who are we doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration and serve our great nation. I'm kind of slightly disgusted reading this because, again, it's also a white supremacist.
I didn't know it was white supremacists. You know, like we're all, hold on, we get that again. Which part? Are you okay, Marion? I want to know white supremacists. So how long ago was this?
This was, he resigned 9 hours ago.
You can take something that long to help. He quit on Twitter, is that correct?
Yeah. I'm going to get the phrase 9 hours ago.
That's what I'm saying. You got that many fucking character counts on.
It's a photo of the letter.
Hey, I'm blind. I didn't know. Fuck.
No, I think Miriam was asking you to repeat the white supremacist. Miriam, did I understand you correctly? Because I'm hearing this for the first time as well.
4 people repeated it. He's a fucking white supremacist, and this is crazy. We're in a movie.
Are y'all surprised?
Nothing surprising to me.
The white supremacists are coming. I thought Tucker was a white supremacist. You saying it's the guy that quit was a white supremacist?
Also, I was thinking because that's why he's going on Tucker. He's very much on that side of the divide on the right. That is anti-Israel, right? And also not only anti-Israel, but he's also I haven't gone through his record, but Tucker is definitely anti-Semitic. So I would expect in a new interview, he would be either straddling the line between anti-Semitism and anti-Israel, or he'll fully lean into Tucker Carlson show.
Now, what is bizarre is that until you said that piece of information, I sat there and listened to his letter that you just read. Why does it give this man a standing ovation? I think, my God, sorry. ADHD meds are wearing out. I'm crashing. I was like, damn, this guy has some guts. Like, this is the guy, right? Like, who's doing something. He's a good guy. Just the fact that we live in a world where it's like, I'm clapping for
because she voted to impeach Donald Trump following January 6th Capitol attack. So yes, he's for the genocide.
It's crazy, y'all. I'm not sure if I even know who this guy is. And while you were reading it, I'm like, the last people, like, yeah, somebody's finally got some cool ones, but the white supremacist shit slapped the fuck out of me. But I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, at least he's speaking to Trump and saying we not with it. But this is crazy. I mean, I'm supposed to like this guy. He's a white brother. We don't like him.
First of all, let me tell you something. If you get them white tighties stuck in your drawer and up your butt one more time with me, it's gonna be No, I'm not saying that. I'm just asking.
I know.
What do you mean about not, how you supposed to feel? I'm trying to figure it out. I don't understand when you say that.
I was ready to support this man until I found out he's a white supremacist.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to support him, but I definitely am grateful. And really, to be honest with you, what I wanted to chime in and say is he better be on some kind of security watch. Because you saying that, like, if he knows some stuff, I don't know that that's a good idea for him to get on that talk show and get the jabbing. But, hey, to each his own.
His security is at risk because he's going against the law.
Right.
So first one, he exposed that he said different in his confirmation hearings. Mitch McConnell came out and said that he had a different response on Iran. And then they also exposed his tweets from January 20th that I just put in the chat for you, where he, so from January 2020.
Yeah, so here's why I'm not going to jump and be excited about this particular individual resigning. The resignation letter in itself, the content of it, if you look at it, is literally saying, when you ran in 2016, 2024, you understood the Iran threat and everything. You even took out Qasem Soleimani. And then basically what he's trying to do, and neoliberal rightly pointed so is, okay, it's all Israel, right? And basically absolving Donald Trump of any complicity in doing whatever. I'm not comfortable with that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, regardless of whatever it is we believe that they have on Donald Trump, the fact is Donald Trump made the ultimate decision to pull the trigger. No one forced his stupid ass to start this war. He did. They influenced him. When you have someone like Lindsey Graham trying to coach BP on how to persuade Donald Trump to do what he wants, it tells me Donald Trump is the ultimate decision maker. So you could resign and say, Mr. President, as much as I love and respect you and I believe in your policies, you're clearly wrong and I can't stand by this. That's just what it is. But to make Donald Trump be this victim who is, controlled and all of a sudden they have something on him and that's why he couldn't do anything. Good luck. Eventually we might see some more resignation. But you see what he just did? Tulsi Gabbard, she decided rather than take a stand, she also issued a letter basically saying the decision that the intelligence community's job, which we all know, so I don't know why she's telling us this, is to provide intelligence to the president, and the president makes a decision. He decided, based on the information that was provided to him, that Iran was a threat and that it needed to be dealt with right away. So that's what the job. Why does she need to remind us the fact that that is what they do? But she's basically standing with Donald Trump because she's decided she doesn't have any future in politics. No Democrat is ever going to allow her anywhere. She's never going to be in any other public office. So why not write the Trump script in? I'm done.
Not really. If you understand what you're saying, but if you saw her message that she wrote, you will see some very careful language about the intelligence not being provided.
know? It's like,
I gotta go
to the gym.
Sorry, Mike.
Look out.
Don't leave yet.
Sorry.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to understand what's going on, y'all. Now I got a short attention span. What you saying, Ramon? Let me turn my phone on.
Yeah, so basically, they got this guy, Joe Kent, now, who is retired. Now they expect him to run for president. They're trying to say he's a hero. He has served his country, and again, he definitely has an impressive resume in regards to serving his country. But because of his, in my opinion, he's been focused so much on Israel. We now have dead Americans from the last several weeks because they're not focused on the homeland. They're freaking focused on Israel, right? So, I'm glad he's gone. Let's get rid of Stephen Miller, and let's get this administration window down to the bare bones at this point, because at this point it's not working.
Can we for a minute stick with the news, because there's a lot of news on this, right? And then we'll do the interpretation. I'm not back here. I think firstly we wanted to get to what happened on first.
That's right.
So Tulsi Gabbard, which my Lord referenced, issued a statement after Joe Kent's resignation. I'll read this one now. And this was again here. Donald Trump was
I'm sorry. This is supposed to be the good part. I can't miss this now. I might have to step in on you. When you go to the gym.
Donald Trump, you can wait for 5 minutes. Donald Trump was overwhelmingly elected by the American people to be our president and commander-in-chief. As our commander-in-chief, he is responsible for determining what is and what is not an imminent threat, and whether or not to take action he deems necessary to protect the safety and security of our troops, the American people, and our country. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and from that conclusion.
What does that tell you?
If I was writing a statement that were intended to communicate that I had nothing to do with any of those decisions, this is what I would write. It's perfect.
Okay.
We collected the evidence, gave him the evidence. Also, the history of the Office of Tulsi Gabbard is they released multiple intelligence assessments that Iran does not have a weapons program. Right? Like they did all of this. Separately, CIA did. We read all of those statements before the war started. And now she releases this. So this is clear distancing language here.
So,
I'm sorry for the lady. Go ahead.
I just want to just be clear. He's pretty much accusing himself, like, listen, y'all not gonna get I see this shit about to fall down, and what I'm not gonna do is go down with you. Is that what you?
That's Joe Kent, that's the previous statement I read. The one that I read just now is from Tulsi Gabbard, who is boss. He's now resigned. He's out.
Tulsi resigned too?
No. Tulsi is in, but she issued the statement basically saying we have nothing to do with it. I can't read it. Do you want me to read it?
Can you reread it? I was that much. Read it.
Yeah, the Office of Director of National Intelligence, which is her, is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information beforehand, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion.
That is definitely respecting intelligence.
The president concluded, not I, Tulsi Gabbard, concluded in my intelligence. Are you guys aware she's, I think, either tomorrow or Thursday, she's supposed to be testifying in Congress for worldwide threats. This thing is going to hijack the entire proceeding because this is what, I
at least Democrats are going to be talking about, and rightly so, because the Republicans would have done the same if they were in our shoes. The other thing I was going to say, throughout this entire thing, she has every right to distance herself because guess what? She's not in the inner circle of the decision-making level. She's literally not there. The president is going to Mar-a-Lago.
There is news on that too. So the administration is leaking like a sea over this Washington Post. There's an article already on this about the working of those decisions. So I'll read the important parts. Joe Kent and Tulsi Gabbard, before all of this, met with Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House on Monday, their sources. During the meeting, Kent presented his resignation letter to the Vice President. The VP encouraged him to speak to White House Chief of Staff and POTUS before making any final decisions, said White House official. The VP encouraged him to POTUS. A spokesperson for Biden, the Vice President, believes that it's imperative for the national security team to remain cohesive, trust one another, and avoid mouthing off to the media about the internal deliberations. The interesting thing about the meeting is that it consisted of three senior Trump administration officials whose careers have been closely associated with foreign policy restraint, particularly related to meetings for viewed as peripheral to America's core national interest. Silent for me is making it sound like average populism. Vance continues to support the president's justification for war, the Iranian regime, and your ambition to question the dangerousness of President Trump's leadership is making our country stronger and safer. Vance spokesman says that view is coming under increased strain within our world where a growing core of conservatives view Trump's decision to bomb Iran with all its intended risk to energy supplies and potential global recession as betrayal. Today, Joe Kent was the first high-profile intellectual scheme in that meeting and resigned. That's it. That's from a reporter of the story.
Do you want to share the letter?
I just read it.
Oh, you read the letter from Joe Kent, the resignation letter? Oh, I missed that, I'm sorry. I thought it was well. So the other guy, he tried to put it on Noam, but Noam ain't been nowhere near us. We have just disappeared, we haven't, heard a lot,
How can no big name is when she was out playing in Korea Lewandowski and every opportunity she had? Come on now.
That's what I'm saying. She ain't been nowhere near this. She hasn't been the person. But that's the thing. A lot of these people in positions or titles, but they're playing different positions than what their title is. That's what it seems like to me.
So if I may make a submission for 2 seconds, and I will be succinct. So what we're seeing, which we've seen for a while, is a little bit of a fraction or friction between the I'm an anti-Semite, white nationalist part of the administration or part of the MAGA crowd, which you could argue is the Tucker, Marjorie Taylor Greene, now Joe Kent, people who are not feeling the whole Israeli involvement, yada yada. And then you also have the neocon, the Steve Witkoffs, the Jared Kushners, the Lindsey Grahams, the Mike Huckabees and all of that, which are extremely pro-Israel and doing that kind of stuff, and who's getting their ears. So then when you see somebody like Joe Kent, who has been aligned with white nationalists, Proud Boys, January 6ers, all of that, you see him going on Tucker, it makes total sense. And then you also see Laura Loomer wanting to fire all of the DNI people and hates Joe Kent.
change, right? They're not representative of MAGA people who have raised the flag around Trump.
So you have like what you consider like the Hodge twins and like Kitover elites?
I mean, I guess I have to.
I know, and work in this. So yeah, there's definitely a huge divide between. I wouldn't call it. You can call them elites, and I don't hold that against you. I would say between these weirdos, sycophants, and I would say that it is bad. I mean, right now, if you just go down to all of their social medias, it is a war, literally a war. I think this is worse than I ever like my whole history of being watching folks.
Yeah, and the other aspect to not overshadow the political MAGA civil war, building civil war, is the guy is head of the National Counterterrorism Center, which is, as an agency, right, it's supposed to be exactly the agency that you would rely on in countering terrorism over this threat, right? It was created for the purposes of stopping the 9/11. It combines the intelligence streams from reporting from CIA, FBI, DOD, and Department of Homeland Security. This was the agency that is supposed to run the whole of between all of these different agencies that could have prevented 9/11, but they didn't because they never talked to each other, right? So it is very important to have this guy resign. It's significant.
And I would even add to that, having tried, there should be more outrage here, as much as I hate Joe Kemp anyway. His resume is pretty fucking solid. So when Trump saying that this guy was soft on terrorism or whatever, that's like literally attacking somebody who arguably has spent, much of his life in the military and quote unquote defending America. And that should be offensive to people who are from that side. But what about
Good call, Mr. Spiritus.
Brother Messi, if you're listening, being summoned to the space. Brother Messi, if you're listening, you're being summoned to the place. Correct. Thank you.
Flash will be here.
Alright.
Yeah.
Check. Wow. So this guy didn't see. Trump's not gonna like this. He's not gonna appreciate this too much.
Well, the people who are with Joe Kemp, that MAGA part, should not be okay with what Trump said in any way. But Trump can't keep his mouth shut, and the MAGA cult is going to do the cult thing. And we're not going to pay attention to it, or they're going to just...
I think this one's a little bit harder because he is respected. I like the Flynn, like Michael Flynn in there.
Okay, let's actually see, because they certainly love turning on the military, like, I don't know, Mad Dog Mattis and other people. So let's see what actually happens.
Yeah, this one's kind of tough. I mean, because he is. I mean, anyone that hangs out with sure you can like put your hand and say like thank you, but like, am I supposed to like give you tea and cookies and flowers for doing the right thing?
I don't think nobody. Nobody's asking that.
If you can. Well, I'm sorry, but I heard the last question was, did he get props? So,
Props that he did. Like, I mean, stand up to the situation.
It's no different than the same. It's no different from the same props that we would say give to Marjorie Taylor Greene for criticizing, but understandably who she is. We've done exactly who this guy is. We also, all those fucking coward senators on the Republican side that are critical of Trump and they're retiring. Yeah, we can be like, thank you so much for calling it out, but also you go to 98% of the time with it. So shut the fuck up. So yes, but we can also remember who the fuck they are.
But can we say like his own words, and again, like we did with Donald Trump, we can look back at his no wars tweets, and now look back, same thing with Joe Kennedy. We can go back to say Trump did the right thing on attacking Iran. It's like, which one is it? Is it?
All of it. From the fuck up.
You might have just put it up.
I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
So, I posted his old, so people are calling out his old tweets from 2020, where he was big up in Trump on his attack on the general, the Iranian general. And now,
Earlier this month?
No, January 2020.
Oh, it's funny. Okay.
Excuse me. And so now he's like going against them, and then also the fact that and this is just reporting, that he's been on the outs for something, and that's the reason why he's actually now coming out, because he's heading Tulsi and in the circle. I think someone else said that.
That's not even comparable. Like,
That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying I'm not thankful that it happened. I'm just saying I don't feel like it's personal. For me, it's personal to me. I'm not saying you're wrong or right. You're wrong. Personally, I'm just saying I don't see why you should get props.
I'm not using the words props. I'm just recognizing a win is a win. Now, some people say it's self-serving. You know, George Washington was self-serving. I mean, there's a lot of different people that become self-serving, but at the same time, it also helped us. And that at least improves that the Democrats was right along all exactly to the point where I'm hoping my thing is you can't change it all at one time, but if different people begin to see, wait a minute, okay, now this guy, he was close to that, and then y'all will say, oh, well, he's doing it because of that. Then to the people who are also seeing it, then they're putting him in the same bucket versus saying, hey, listen, this guy's waking up. Y'all need to wake up. That's what I'm talking about. That point the finger to show that hello, people are starting to come around.
Let me add one thing, which I made this distinction before, and it may sound small, but it's very important. The fact that he said Israel pushed us into the war is a very important thing that he said, because what he's not saying is that America and the United States are holding responsible for doing the actions they did. But if you want to put a little bit of kind of anti-Semitic theory dust into it, then you're going to say Israel pushed us here, which is not dissimilar to what Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and all of them do. Instead of taking responsibility that the big bad America, the one that he has been a part of on the military and intelligence side for a couple decades, is not responsible. It's the small little guy who's responsible, and that's the important distinction here.
I was calling out the actions of the state in Testament.
That's all I'm saying. It's not saying it's anti-Semitic. It's saying saying if you are of that camp a little bit and you're tinged with that, you are going to blame the state of Israel, instead of putting the onus on America, because you want a scapegoat that is not America, but it is somebody else. So that's all. So, and people equate, whether we like it or not, and it shouldn't happen, Jewish people with Israel. So that's where the connection is. I think it's wrong because the state of Israel is the state of Israel, and they are fucked up and now he should be in prison. However, the anti-Semites like to put the blame on Israel for everything that goes wrong with America.
Yeah, but
That's
that's not really changing. I don't think that they should equate Jewish people with Israel. I get what you were saying, though. I'm not saying that they are, but the fact that, that he's even saying that America is doing Israel's bidding is something that people have been thinking for a long time.
Exactly. I agree.
It's factual, even though it may result in the whole anti-Semitic bullshit that y'all experience, but it's a factual thing. Something that's actually happening.
I agree, and that's why I said if you're sprinkled with a little bit of that fairness, it's more like saying if you're subconsciously inclined for that, and you are super MAGA pro-America also in that MAGA camp, then you may want to say, hey, let me pivot the blame a little bit over here, just because. But I'm just saying that's what those people do. That's what the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Tucker Carlsons, the Nick Fuentes, all of them. That's what it's just a thread between all of them. This is separate from the conversation about Israel, anti-Semitism, and all of that. Criticize Israel, Lebanon, Netanyahu, all you want. I agree with it.
Let me just say this. Possibly, Spiritus, is it possible that he's also trying to separate the United States from Israel so that the blowback, I mean, the people gonna feel how they feel, but at the same time, just trying to separate, hey, listen, the United States, we ain't really got nothing to do with that kind of thing. Trump was over there, he playing around with that BB person, and we ain't got nothing to do with this shit. Could that possibly?
Yeah, it would make perfect sense, wouldn't it?
Okay. Makes sense. I'm sorry, whoever that was. What's the
I just had a follow-up question for Spears and the point that he was making. What you're saying is specific to the resignation statement that Ken put out and not focused on what Tulsi Gabbard put out?
I'm not sure what Tulsi put out, but I was specifically speaking to what he put out, but then looking into his history and how it's tied in with that same kind of faction, it makes more sense. I'm not sure what Tulsi put out, though.
Gotcha.
Spiritus, do you mind if I kind of ask if you agree or disagree or what you thought about this? Again, there always has been this speculation and rumors and stuff like that BB has been trying to convince U.S. to go into Iran for a very, very long time, right? He tried to convince Obama, he tried to convince Joe Biden, he tried to convince everybody Bush for the last whatever how many years, decades. And the fact that nobody, because I saw this meme, right? And I was like, that is kind of partially true to me. That even Bush Jr., as goofy as he was, didn't fight on that particular thing. So it doesn't kind of look like Trump was kind of like the stupid clown who everybody else knew not to do that, and then he's like, oh, I did it, and now they're trying to cover their ass and say, no, it wasn't Trump that made the bad decision, it was the Israel.
Yes, and here's the thing. You have to even sometimes stand up to your that is, suggesting, hey, go into war because it's the right thing to do, and you guys are vulnerable, and he's gonna leave.
I can see what that kind of pre-story. Sorry, is my internet bad? Did I cut somebody off?
No, you're good.
Okay, sorry, I'm in Texas. We have issues with internet. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking like rationally, right? Like to think this through. He kind of stepped in a pile of poop, and he was swayed and duped, like you said. And now, hey, let's try to backpedal and get out of this, but not try to make Trump look so stupid and ignorant.
Wait, who's trying to? You mean Joe Kent? Or no? Who? What do you mean?
One second. I mean, people around who care about his reputation.
About Trump's reputation?
Making himself look stupid. Anytime you go on TV and say something about somebody walking around using their legs and their hands, nobody's going to say that. Come on. But what are you talking about? You had too much about a PK. What's happening? She said something about she was saying that I don't know what she was saying there. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I got you, Shorty.
Especially Stylist was here.
Who?
The Stylist. Have you saw it yet?
Why do you want to beat him? Why?
So I want to give you a heads up that
Just shut up. Gosh. That's your second warning, in case you have a hard time keeping up with me.
thank you, James.
How you know that? Awesome.
Breaking news. I was sitting at the edge of message for this one.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Kim Jong-un has won North Korea's parliamentary elections with 99%.
Can you confirm they used Dominion voting system?
I just want to know it's 100%.
Well, you don't have to sell it. Miriam, you don't have to sell it. If you do 100, come on. Just say it. No, if you learn from Putin that, you can't do 100.
Right. Putin is not at that level yet. He didn't have it 99%, 97%.
60s, is it 60s or something?
87%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's still lower. It's still lower.
Alright, so listen, I don't know who actually wanted brother. I just read it in the chat. Somebody asked if we're looking for brother. So glad to see you, brother. They said they hadn't seen you all day. I think that's what the claim was. They hadn't seen you. So wanted to make sure you was alright. The January. Huh?
Is this supposed to laugh with brother?
Maybe. I don't know. So, listen, real quick. The little boy, well, I don't know why I'm calling him little, he's 30. The guy from the January 6th, the black guy that planted those little pipe bombs or whatever, he's pleading that he should be pardoned based off of Trump pardoning everybody understanding why we're being so oblique at this point in time and why.
No, just to be oblique. I'm just saying that, like, you know, these are circumstances that color the case and should be factored into the case. Like,
right, but if it was somebody else, right, who may not look like him, would they have already considered those things? Why is it that he has to wait for his consideration to be put into play?
because he's black. Yeah,
Exactly.
I totally understand that, and I agree with you. But I also think that, you know, he did do something and he should be, you know, prosecuted and, you know,
There's like a pretty single person who took an AK-47 to our Capitol and tried to break in, who actually is funded and should be prosecuted. Why is this guy not? Is mentally incapable to understand and take responsibility for their actions. You cannot prosecute them in the normal way. So that's why you have somebody who is intellectually disabled. I'm sorry. They can't be prosecuted the same way. I stated that incorrectly. I guess what I was referring to is why was there blanket dismissal of all of the prosecutions which were reasonable for people who literally assaulted our Capitol, and this guy is being prosecuted. That was what I was trying to bring.
Well, let me just say this again. His lawyers are actually arguing that he was given an unconditional pardon by Trump.
yeah,
So even though he's being charged, they're arguing that he's been already pardoned.
yeah, and this whole case came to a flow, like, well after the January 6th pardon, people got their pardons. Like, it was only, like late last year or this year, I remember.
It was in 2025 when the vast majority
It was caught.
when the vast majority of people got their pardon. He did that as one of the first acts, like one of the first executive orders.
I know I'm saying that the feds only found out about this guy after the January 6th people got their pardons. That's why it's happening now. I mean, that's working its way through the system.
Well, for everyone's sake, I hope his special interest is not building up, but otherwise I heard.
But it is the language of the pardon that was given. It was to any and all on January 6th. It didn't include him to Mel's point because he wasn't found. And nobody, I guess, thought to get an exclusion except for this person.
I wonder which lawyer wrote the language of the pardon. That would be interesting to know.
I don't know, somebody else might. Or TT, you got kids in the bedroom? My nephew, I'm helping him. Oh my God. You hear his little voice. We're doing that right now. Yay. We love education. Oh, that's sweet. Katrina, your dog is too cute. What a cutie pie. Along with Johnny, she kidnapped somebody else's dog. Anyway, those are my dog was cute. You always say your dog is cute. Yeah, you just didn't have one when you first came up.
He's not sorry for your bed. What's going on?
Well, you may want to give us another picture for us to look at so that we can see it over again. That's good, dog. Because I'm always looking in that regard, man.
That's crazy. I have a dog that she does not come up on the bed. That's insane.
You're insane.
No, these are too big to be like.
What was her name? I'm coming to join you. What was her name? What did Sanford say? Elizabeth. Alright, I love that. I'm gonna join you, Elizabeth. You can't cover girl, Sam. That's not nice.
I remember when my
6 a.m. for my puppy to get like back in between us and start stooping. She's gonna pee in the middle of the bed. And it was a very like strong wake up call.
That's why you know what shit does like that because people don't do it. Don't know that.
Please.
Okay, my dog knows how to use the bathroom in the hotel. No. I mean, if I want to go.
But if you let your dog go in bed, like, I know you gotta have like a little ground stains like all over your bed.
Yeah, Zuka, what's going on?
I don't know.
He's a Jamaican flax acting. His is a big vouch for him.
Yes,
I'm not
Your name is Zuka. Why do you answer from him? You know this guy? Well, fine, be honest with you, A, Azuki, whatever. I don't know you.
whatever.
That's fine.
You don't know him.
that's my boy.
You don't know that Azuki. Where did he at?
I would have Adesoji and Dom. Duh.
Who's done?
You know Adesoji from King Dom.
That's the lady from Nigeria. He could be on us bubble case.
You know him from there too.
No, I don't know him from there.
That's the king of Nigeria.
But Adesoji is the homie.
Where is Tom?
I don't know Luca. I ain't never met him a day in my life.
Yeah, my first thing is you have to agree that when people are not, like, I remember seeing people from other countries, it's like specific countries, that they keep dogs outside, like they're not even allowed in their house. And remember having my uncle come from Russia, just like crazy ass Russian. There are countries where dogs are not allowed.
Yeah, in the house.
And when they come to the United States and see how people treat their dogs in the United States, like I've had experience, they literally say, how do you allow your dog to sleep on your blanket that you cover yourself with you on the bed? Like that dog should be not only on the floor of your bedroom, but it should be outside. For that, it's crazy.
And maybe sandwich with them too. Attracting people.
It also depends on dog size. Like, in Jamaica, the cheapest dog could be in the house, maybe. But Brooklyn dogs are straight outside dogs because of the size.
Not too much for my dogs.
Not too much.
I didn't know protect me in the backyard. I just want to know.
In case you get, somebody breaks in.
You know, Mark.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Because if they in your bedroom, they sleeping with you, they don't know what's going on. It's like somebody can.
You can't speak on that super.
I got dogs, but they outside dogs.
Yeah, but you can't take on speak. You still got a pink ticket, so you can't speak in terms of bringing up
Oh, that's
dog.
first lady?
No, baby, I'm gonna talk to you.
That's how real shit is over here. If you just y'all stupid, y'all want to get killed by the killers. Like our dogs is outside chilling.
That's antisocial. Okay. That's antisocial.
it was, I was like, I don't, like the mood shifted, the lighting shifted in my house, like something happened. I heard, like, there was a lot going on. But he dog walked him, and then eventually he left, and then he started talking, before that, Little was talking about guilt, shame, and there was a punishment involved, and this was, and there was a lot going on. This was right after the Oscars. This was a lot going on. And so y'all have to understand, this man, I don't know who he really was, okay? But he definitely has experience with torture and psychological warfare. I'm not sure.
Well, thank you. Brooklyn brought up The Wire. I don't know, Neil, if you just recently watched it, but furthermore, I didn't know that Michael B. Jordan played in it until
You didn't know that? Oh, you didn't watch it.
I did watch it, but I didn't know that was him.
It was a little more than great.
I know. Until now, that's what I'm saying. Until today. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Did y'all know you played him The Wire?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he got killed off kind of early.
Matt Wild really cool.
Who?
No. I never watched The Wire. But you know what else Michael B. Jordan played in? All My Children. You don't find out stuff about shit. I said no. She posted a picture. He posted she posted a picture congratulating him.
Did you say All My Children?
Yes. I don't know the stories. Yes.
I never watched All My Children. Did he coming out to play on All My Children?
Yes.
How much usually go off? I thought that went off in the 90s.
No, it was late.
She had the big brown eyes. Yeah, she played Danny, I think. She left that show. She now, yeah. They got a friend, but her friend started sleeping with her husband, and then the husband marries the girl, but they all still live in the same community. Yeah, no, that's not her. So it's not her friend, it was her daughter's friend. Oh, it was her daughter, but she like took her in and was working with her or something? Yeah. She had like this very bad, like kind of pitiful story, like, she ain't had a family and all that stuff, so they kind of treated her like a family. Right. She was family, and then she was sleeping on the husband. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's very good operas. There's some they got some like legends on there. I'm forgetting the guy's name. He always plays a bad guy. He's on there. He's like a regular. They got another woman who's like, I can't remember their names, but they got some regulars that was on the soap opera, like this on the soap opera junkie. Like these are this is the only kind of acting they've ever done in soap opera. Mm-hmm. Like it's very. I mean, soap operas are very different from other parts of like TV and stuff. Like it's just unbelievable. Like you just have to like that kind of stuff to like soap operas. So, Rabia says House Democrats are launching a Hail Mary push to effectively end the Department of Homeland Security's now month-long shutdown by funding all of its sub-agencies except ICE, Customs, and Border Protection. So that's their new thing that they looks like good news. Okay. I mean, if in fact they can get it passed, like.
They rather fund ICE than TSA. We see that right now. This is great. Why can't they just fund everything? It's always, we're going to fund this, but we can't fund that. They got people
in ICE, if the people would just accept their changes, then they could move forward and fund it. The problem is they're holding out because they haven't made the changes and requests for in ICE. Remember? Like they wanted certain things that like they don't wear masks anymore, they wear cameras. You remember the list?
I remember.
TSA part of ICE, aren't they under the same budget, right?
The same department.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same department, but then when they're giving budgets to that department, so basically if they fund TSA, does that mean that they have to fund ICE as well?
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to separate it now.
ICE is being funded right now. ICE got money right now, but TSA does not.
So it's also under Homeland Security, is that correct?
Yeah.
They're both under Homeland Security, so that's my thing. It's like y'all want to flip it, just fund everything because GOP is not happening.
So this is the thing though, like how they got funding now is because the way emergency funding happens when there's shutdowns. The administration gets to allocate where actual money goes. So that's why they have money now.
But your mama also, was it through the big ugly bill or something else where they had, they raised the ICE budget? I remember that, oh my God, there was a floor debate about the budget. And Moscovitz was saying, wait a second, the budget looks like what you're asking is a bonus for each ICE agent of $49,000 a bonus. Do you remember that? So didn't they get our budget at least ready before this whole time?
So yeah, budgets don't have anything to do with appropriations. So in order for you to receive the agencies to receive their money, they have to go through the appropriations process. And this specific piece is around the CR, the continuing resolution. So just because it's in the budget doesn't necessarily mean that they're the same thing.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
I don't know who's planning it, but the closest thing that we can think of is Operation Kitover, which they need to extract themselves, but they didn't have basically a ton of weight that they have to drive through enemy territory back, right? And they was to crash helicopters on the way in. So I don't know who's planning it, it's close to impossible.
Neoliberal and First Lady. Neoliberal, do you remember when we spoke about this maybe like 5 days ago? Do you remember I actually read that they were saying Special Forces of Israel, Special Forces of the United States, and then they're going to bring in scientists, right? Nuclear scientists with on the team. And options was basically take it without option was to destroy it. And the third option that they actually said it on Fox News was to basically dilute it or sabotage the uranium so that they could leave it there, but the Iranians can't use it. Remember when I read that you were telling me that it's impossible, how can you sabotage gas, right? It's in gas form. So for saying this is not the first time they're kind of floating this idea out there. This was a week ago. And I agree with you, neoliberal. It's complete insanity. This is not James Bond. James Bond movies are not real. It's fantasy.
Can I ask a question to neoliberal, please? Neoliberal, why do they have to telegraph everything? Or spitball, or just whatever? Like, why is it fast?
Because they don't really have a plan about this, according to at least the Democrats that were at the close briefings. They said that there is no action plan if the resilient.
Why would anyone expect a plan when the people that were supposed to be at the forefront at the negotiating table where Jared Kushner and Steve would come? I mean, I'm pretty confident we could have drawn a better plan from Clubhouse over here. You know, I'm just saying. At least some of us, even if not travel, we've done a little bit of reading or understand cultures enough to appreciate the nuances before you dumbass decision and giving it a dumbass president. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, that's not true. All the people ain't reading, half these people reading. I guarantee you, the people who talked, maybe 1 and 1.5 of them know what they're talking about.
Did you think my statement was all inclusive?
Well, they was happy about it because they was getting ready to open a room and say, "Oh, we writing a plan for Trump." It's a silly. It's gone.
Listen, I'm mad at you, Morgans, and all that. You've turned my entire confidence. I'm not supposed to cuss right now, but I'm gonna cuss anyway. Into a jump.
Why you want to come at me for?
If you and the self-declared Morgan understand, I can only craft it.
I was in the room earlier and nobody was out in their room earlier and I didn't hear nobody talking about it.
Yeah. Pretty weird, but I guess we'll see what happens.
Was it because of that goal? That goal, remember they had that contested goal for the game? It was because of that? Why?
No, it was because remember that players walked away because of the penalty that was awarded to Morocco. It was a joke. And the Senegalese players, by the way, that's something that classics, there's a term for it, Godwandrum. It means someone who has, I guess the direct translation would be someone with balls, because he literally ordered these players and was like, we're not going to participate in this bullshit. And walked away for a little bit, but then Sadio Mane, the team captain, was like, come on guys, let's just go ahead and do it. And I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but the guy missed the penalty. And Senegal ultimately scored a clean goal, so it wasn't something that was going to be contested anyway. But now CAF is saying, because they walked away for a few minutes, however,
It's like a
long run was, they forfeited the match. So I'm wondering which North African is going to have the balls to go take that trophy away from the Senegalese. They will beat your ass. They don't play with that stuff.
but that's it. I'm done. Let's go back to politics.
We need the Africans to be stepping up, man. Don't be getting that shit back.
Okay. News yesterday, UK security advisor confirmed what Omani guy was saying. He was at the talks. So, have you read this, Lord?
I did not read it, but I did see and tweet allude that there was an individual from the UK Security Services. I did not.
Yeah, so in all, it was a negotiations, in the description of what negotiations entailed. He's saying that he was very surprised by the Iranians' offer. UK officials have subsequently explained they were impressed that Iran was prepared for the deal to be permanent, and unlike the 2015 JCPOA, would not have cut-off dates for sunset clauses and bigger restrictions on the program. Iran also agreed to downblend the 440 kilogram stockpile of highly enriched uranium under supervision of IAEA inside Iran. It agreed no stockpiles of highly enriched uranium would be built up in the future. In the final session of the talks, Iran agreed to 3 to 5 year pause on domestic enrichment, but the United States in their session after consultation granted 10-year pause. In practice, Iran has no means to enrich domestically because of the problem of its enrichment plans in 2025. So basically confirming the outcome of the deal on the table, just based on what it's better than JCPOA.
It also explains the reluctance as to why Starmer would go on it. If you're telling me this guy was at the negotiation, they probably told Starmer, you better be involved in this.
Yep.
Alright. We'll see. So, let's just sit back and watch.
See, when you're edging out of the conversation, then y'all start talking, then I don't know how to get back in.
Excuse me?
Wait, more like that, right?
If you're bad,
That's insane.
what's that saying? Y'all don't worry. Y'all be saying we can't worry.
What's that? Your mama, since First Lady has been back.
No.
It's worse than what you said.
Listen. I don't
he needs a breather, that's all.
She said she's not gonna be edged anymore. She said you're gonna have to go right into it.
See, no, I said you're not going to edge me out of the conversation.
You said for hard, you're not gonna edge her no more. Okay, she said get to the point.
If you took all of that anger and emotion you got, and went over there and fought it, we went in the end.
Ain't no carbs, that's a fact.
You
That's a fact.
and do something about it. Like,
A fact.
girl, why the fuck you keep bothering us?
Yeah.
We learned in America, we really don't care.
You're not black here, bitch.
That's really black.
No. I done put the card away. Nah. No, I didn't say that. Ooh, what's that?
Just come, don't.
What?
I'm telling you, right?
I thought Mama said it.
I didn't.
That's me, man.
No, I did not. I was joking.
Bahana.
It's not for her, it's for her.
I said, Bahana, what's going on?
Fraud. Basement fraud.
Imagine coming and cussing at us, and then one of the name right. That's crazy, isn't it? I try to tell you, girl, these people are crazy. We got it, boy. We know. Laughing in the background. It's so weird, so funny. Go ahead. Oh, what happened? He's still talking anyway.
trolling us. Everything is a troll.
We're talking about you.
You're old and as well. You're a grandfather. You're a troll every day.
What you got?
My kids are young. My son.
You gotta up your grandkid, man.
Yeah, I'm not because I'm old. What are you talking about?
You got a grandson?
Yeah, my son's 25 and his fiance.
Really good trend to touch. What is going on?
Your mama, you missed it. One day, I was just minding my business on the stage, and all of a sudden, I hear Kitover say, "Hey, baby." And I literally had to run to my phone so quick. He was impersonating Trent came on the stage. Oh, my heart!
Yeah, baby. You know, the show is what we become a body.
You got Omari. You got
seriously, Brooklyn, there's all these Negro.
No, it's not.
Your mama. Come on now. I know you folks on market. I know you folks some kind of way because of, you got a booty clap for the booty clappers. I know you and Cody got a booty clap for the booty clappers. I think it's disrespectful. Oh shit. I think I'm Katrina's ass 24/7, so pause. How does the pause apply?
You can't pause right there. If you are her ass, you better not pause. I'm sorry.
Well, Andrew Tate says you gotta pause.
Yeah, I'm just taking my better talk.
I'm sorry. Omari, your masculinity is very weak because you're on the chat. In the chat. You do and talk to me in my face, but you love to type.
So I get you got a mixed family, but now you got a mixed dog, and then you are cosplaying as one of those decades that are trying so hard to deal with black people.
Just you know,
you trying to get your black card in right now.
no, you're trying to
Black people never really like you.
You don't have one. You ain't got one.
I'm sorry, you can have a little black and red dog.
It really sounds like you trying to get your black card. You're trying to sound so cool. Like, don't talk like that. Be yourself.
Yeah, listen. But yeah, so stop trying to impress.
What happened to the
somebody that you are a weak ass person. Your masculinity and how weak and small it is showing. And now I'm being fucking serious, Omari. Shaming somebody because of their speech impediment shows you as a completely emotionally undeveloped little boy. Dumb.
Well, not so much shaming people for their speech impediment, because I do it quite often. But it's the fact that Brother don't have the speech impediment, and he just making shit up to try to be funny. That's the problem.
Listen, I've made fun sometimes of autism, and my son is autistic. There is a space and time, and there's a certain way to do it, right? But when he's actually trying to take a shot at somebody, to put them down and demean them, that's very difficult, and I think you see where I'm coming from.
Oh, you know what, DLC? I love Bailey's MIT and coffee. That is so delicious.
You know, I never tried making a London fog for Bailey. That don't keep my
delicious. That's all.
London fog latte with Bailey's. I never thought this.
I don't drink, but that's the only thing that I love drinking is Bailey's.
You know, it's St. Patrick's Day. Shout out to all the Irish in the room. If you put some Baileys in your Irish coffee and smoke a cigar, you get all that. He's so focused on somebody else Johnson and everything. I see some weird thing. I don't understand. Yeah, he got a problem. He got a problem.
And what's up with saying pause to women?
Yeah, they're like, you supposed to pause on the woman.
That's not true. The book you read on his PTR is saying how to think rich as a black.
With them readers on. Man, he is as corny as like.
You did?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Oh shit! Alright, came on the same time.
Shout now because the other day was working and you had to get on like off your chest. Get off your chest, brother.
No, I forgot on the stage.
Lord, you work on that sense.
I'm following now.
Lord,
I do not like that laugh. So what happened? Y'all was just yelling when I came in. So sorry. Omar,
That man made me mad. Yeah, I don't like
brother to bring up.
Oh no, I can recap you can handle this. So what happened was we have found out, it's been revealed that brother's been enduring hatred because of a list and his affinity for Jersey Mike subs.
And then Jersey Mike is doing it.
This app is confusing to me. It's like, I don't know, all the uncles that don't have no wife and no kids always call it the man with the wife and kids. Yeah.
Oh no.
100%.
And they don't have no wife.
He don't have no wife. He
say that. I can say that.
That's what I'm saying. No, we need a saver. A lifesaver? Yes, we did. You absolutely did.
I can say that.
Everybody heard you, bro. Everybody heard you.
The other day, we were made aware that he, in fact, does keep a ledger of things that happen in this clubhouse room. So if it's not written down there, he may very well not.
So you're talking about the truck nuts?
She's not really very well.
Yeah, you're talking about the truck nuts. We don't know about the truck nuts. Everybody knows about the truck nuts. So the truck nuts, right? So we got the truck nuts.
He rides around with a Nissan Leaf. What kind of nigga rides around with a Nissan Leaf?
That's a really good argument.
That's actually, yeah, that would be a nice car. You know, if we were talking about 2026 Nissan Leaf, the type.
Yeah, I would do that. That's the car that a small group over around.
Yeah, that is small.
Yeah, I am a progressive liberal.
You are a MAGA.
I'm a progressive liberal.
You are a MAGA. You are a MAGA. There's nothing progressive about you.
I am voting.
The way that you obsess over this, the way that you obsess over the way people talk and what people believe shows you.
Is it my favorite? What's the list? Tell me what the list is.
Amari, real quick.
Hold on, Dr. Lumber. We're trying to first do something. We're trying to understand.
We're not first trying to do nothing. I'm not trying to do nothing.
Put that on your conversation for a second.
The survey is important for the conversation.
No, I'm sorry, it's not important. Hold on.
Definitely not important.
You don't live on your one from one place to drive, but I would never drive. Believe me.
You guys have a community. What is thoughts in the city, yo, mama? I don't go to the park.
Nah.
I'm not paying for the park.
If y'all knew what your mama drove, process you will work on. We had to show the engine though, and he knows how to if he knows how to redo that engine. Oh yeah, can take that apart and put it all back together. Well, Doctor, thank you for your advice. The first car I ever wrecked was a Mustang. 1974 Mustang, red with a landau white top. Yep. On my way to a football game, trying to get out the gas station, leave the gas station too quick, and pulled out in front of a car that had two 2x4s, a driver and a little boy on the other side of the 2x4s. And of course, they had the 2x4s running from the windshield to the back of the car. I'll never forget that. Yeah.
Hurricane, can you say your line? Where's the content?
No.
I got the news before we were there on the road.
I live for that part. Okay.
Let me break it down the line. It's your time to shine. What's your name?
Somebody called my name earlier.
Brother, man, you know good and goddamn well.
I was not.
And you not any breaking news.
No, I'm waiting for Mac to live because the Illinois thing is tonight. The Illinois
Did you?
criteria.
Let me leave.
Why? You almost hit Indian man lose. Like, what's going on?
I hate y'all talking about politics. Like, hate it. I hate it.
Okay, I'll just get you out the room. Make it easy for you.
Perfect.
All right, peace.
Hey, if you hate it, you can keep going down the road. Like, Andrew, go down the road. That's all you're Y'all should be doing there.
That's right. 185 here.
And look, man, that's what you tell people nowadays, especially if the sun is shining.
She's gone. I understand she's gone.
Where's she going? Well, I have a little bit of a breaking news. Texas is running out of water.
Oh, good.
We got water over here.
Hey, man, I had 100 people come to the church right after.
Look, man, we got water. I'm just saying, we got water here. So I don't know.
Take a look at Corpus Christi.
Corpus Christi.
Well, if they're on the actually left, it's hilarious.
They need water. They running. Why is Corpus Christi running out of water?
You just wanted an excuse to leave. That's all. They must be perfectly timed with those. Early evening. I'll take you out.
Wait, I'm sorry. You really don't know that Texas is actually running out of water? Oh, I'm sorry. In the entire state. That's it. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. No, not the entire state. They just saying.
Y'all know water and everything. Y'all know water. What's going on?
Is she trying to tell you something you're not getting? What's she putting down?
I mean, that's true. Now, Christina, you're forgetting that Ashton is a believer. Okay, so the Bible says, bread shall be given him, his water shall be short. So she's not even water. But she's always going to have water because she's going to get it from the rock. Okay?
Well, according to Trump,
ain't nothing on this planet more important than water, and that is the one thing that we do our damn's best not to run out of, and that is water. We fed over 5,000 to 10,000 people and gave out 81,000 pounds of water. During the pandemic, we gave out 81,000 pounds of water over a 3-day period. So the folks that needed it, so we were able to help them out as well.
I put in a chat a little link to the Corpus Christi water crisis. If anybody cares that.
Can I just give you a peace offering real quickly? And something that would fix our situation. So, I have this new rule with my friends that if I'm going a little off the rails or I'm opening my mouth where it shouldn't be and stuff like that, there's a code word that we use now. It's dolphin. So if you just say dolphin, I will understand. I shut my mouth and that's it. Can that be an
I'm just sure that work back and we don't do that. We tell it like it is.
Why do you use the code word?
We just
I mean, y'all not picking up what they put down.
what they put down.
You got one person telling you she always got water, someone said they give you a little bit of rain, and now she says she doesn't make work. Hello?
Oh my goodness.
Other ways you get water, including captured water from the air. Yeah, that water molecules turns into what we need. So that's a project that we have also talked about. Also being able to collect rainwater from the thousands of square foot of our building. So there's ways to.
And the few
Texas is a big state.
you missed the part. Wait, please, stop that. Please. The y'all leave wait till 10 o'clock to do Texas. I can't. Not right now.
What you think? Would you like us to pick?
Anything else in the world.
Or the USA?
We can do it. Well, that shit don't even exist, but I'd rather that in Texas. But
Why you not one Jordan?
please,
We talked about food for an hour. Where were you?
I was helping on the trucks. That's where I was at. Right.
okay, all right. Well, did you hear a tough statement that he made about Joe?
Or Joe Cat. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard's alive.
Yeah.
The Iran strikes. What are you so pro about?
What did she say?
Now, Scotty, you was here. What the hell goes on with you?
I'm multitasking.
Go ahead, Neo.
I can't read it. Yeah. It's a master class in Weasley language. I'll skip the first part. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist establishment in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion. That's fine.
That's in response to Joe Cat.
Oh, so it's nothing specifically about Joe Cat.
That's not something it was in response to after that on the day they left.
It is in response to Joe Kent. It is in response to Joe Kent saying that Iran posed no imminent threat. So, basically, issued a statement where she says, I'm not going to say there is an imminent threat, but President Trump is the one that decides what is an imminent threat. And she's also not quoting back her previous announcements on intelligence that showed that Iran didn't pose a threat to nuclear weapons.
Okay, you know you're welcome.
from the bakery, brother, me and you are friends for right now. I get 12, I tell them make me 12 cookies, man, as big as my hand, man. They really hook me up over them as well, brother. So I ain't mad at you. Any place that can make fresh cookies and stuff, as long as I don't gotta cook it, I am your friend. I'll buy, but I sure as hell ain't gonna help you cook. I'll help you clean, but I'm not gonna help you cook no food. I'll buy anything you want. I know cleaning. Want to do that too. You understand? I ain't gonna cook nothing.
Actually, that's I think you probably love HEB.
Plus, I go there and I go to Bucky's. Bucky's, I'll get 12 of those, whatever they call the barbecue sandwiches. The girl has them around the counter. And she was like, well, would you like to buy one of these? No, I'd like to buy 12. And I saw some folks in the back faces looking crazy. No, little lady, I wanted 12 of them. They thought I was joking. No, give me 12 of them barbecue sandwiches. Y'all cooking back there. And other people arms crossed. Well, it's America. Eat as much as you can, buy as much as you want. So I bought 12 of them sandwiches and held as much as I could in my arms. I like eating, so if you and me, you're gonna eat. We ain't walking up out here starving. Sorry, we don't do no starving. We eat. I ain't eat.
Asher, I paid $5 for one cookies and egg this lunch.
Get it on for.
Hey, fish though, that's the difference. It's not putting in a box. So
Did you say look like this? Yeah. You know it was something. No, fine.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that shit was
Harlem had it's gone now. They had the thing like depot where they would make them downtown. And it's only like bike them uptown. It's incredible.
It's really good.
Yeah, but he had that on 118-ish.
Okay.
It was incredible. Because it was just like a little area. And then it's like, you got cooking there? It's like, no, I couldn't do that. I cooked it flat iron like 20 minutes ago. I biked them up here. Okay.
Yeah, I can't have, it's like I can have a third of it or something. It's too big.
Yeah, it was great.
you have to have what was the size of it? See, we got steaks here that's as big as the plate you get. One girl said, oh, no sides go on this plate. She said, well, here, potatoes as big as your face, so we got it, sister. We got it for you. Hold it with everything. I'm dead serious. And give me 4 now.
Brother, are you there?
I am.
Out of curiosity, is that how big the steak and potatoes are at the Golf Club? But now it's now Jersey Mike's. Oh yeah. Recent intelligence. I gotta start a GoFundMe. I gotta raise some money for a gift card for It's a qualification, Brooklyn. If you don't have it, you can't get it on the front.
So Jersey Mike is definitely the rotation. I like to.
Jersey Mike, Jimmy John's is better than Jersey Mike, but the new stuff Jimmy John's rolling out, Sheroes and stuff.
Jimmy John's is selling pickle sandwiches with the pickle as the bread.
That shit is good too. See, I had one. That shit is good.
That is same.
And they're not living first. Yeah, I like sandwiches. Hey, I just
they'll like do reviews in the car. They'll like do it in the car. So you just drove 8 hours and you bought one. You eat in the car and turn around. They're like, yep. That's how good it is. Oh, wow, the crap did it.
Has anybody ever ate at Black Swan?
Oh,
In Baltimore?
yes, sorry.
But you know, them people that be driving like to go to a spot to do a review, they get paid off for the content after, so it'd be worth it.
Oh, I don't think the dog like the regular cars. I mean, regular. Yeah, they do.
Like the people that do the Keith Lee tour.
Yes. Oh my God, I hate to do this, but it did get here naturally. I hate to do this, but did y'all see what Keith Lee and his wife ordered Oscars the other day?
They can't just,
What the fuck?
No.
they all
Can I use the B word? Can I use the B word?
I got you.
I gotta use it. They're just vandals. I'm sorry, y'all. I never used that word, but they're like quintessential vandals. Like, what were they wearing?
Where is he from? Ain't he from like a relevant place? Like,
he's from that, what's that city black, it's not Flint. What's that other city outside Detroit that black people be from?
he's from, okay, he's from,
Shit. Where does she even stay at?
not Ann Arbor, it's Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Atlanta, yeah. Isn't that black?
Yeah.
It's Atlanta. Where did he from? White tee on?
Where's Sean?
That's a white undershirt.
Malcolm X was born Lansing.
No.
He was born here. He was born here.
Well, y'all having a great picture today.
He's going somewhere. Wait a minute. You might be right. No, hold on.
Yeah, I thought he was from like Nebraska or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was from somewhere, right?
Yeah, most God brothers in Nebraska like we do.
his daddy and mommy met. They were doing stuff for Marcus Garvey. I think they were in Canada when they met. And then they moved down. He was going around doing stuff for Marcus Garvey and ended up setting up shop in Nebraska. Yeah.
Don't sleep on Omaha. There's a lot of black people in Omaha.
Yeah, it should be more. It should be more. The niggas should start moving to Middle America.
Y'all better not sleep on them. Hey, Nebraska, y'all got good corn.
Dave Chappelle's taking over the town. I saw a clip. He's literally buying everything. He bought Daddy's Ben gave us the whole history along with that. I don't know if y'all was here for the message, but yeah, it's a great thing that he's doing over there.
Who you talking about, Dave Chappelle?
That's
Didn't his mother work for Patrice also? The uncle?
He shows up on something, man. Give him the story. Give him the history real quick, man.
Oh, I don't know about Dave Chappelle.
Oh, I don't know about Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, she was, look it up, it's kind of interesting, because she was working with him, I'm not going to just crazy right now, I can't tell me, but look at what I'm saying, man, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not too deep right now.
He was a professor. Yes, serious and put in the chat. Both his parents, his grandfather, I don't want to talk about that.
No, she was working in Africa for him, when he got killed. Working in Africa.
Y'all wasn't here for the message. You missed a great message.
His grandfather was the president of Howard University.
Yes.
put blankets into the trucks and food and stuff. Folks that would, sit down and so they could not freeze.
How's your man doing, by the way?
Fantastic. He's putting together stuff with computers that I can't do. I said, knock yourself out. Shoot, I know I can't do it. But I love him, you know what I'm saying? He cool. Dudes are cool. Y'all are pretty simple. Just sit your ass on board.
Speeches, one of my favorite speeches talking about.
Look, I mean, it's just, I'm not, I mean, women, y'all cool too, because I'm a woman, right? You know what I'm saying?
Don't change it.
Y'all are, but this is what I'm saying. Dudes, y'all are crazy because you just put a dude in a room and let them play games on it. That's why I like living with me. Just put them in the room and they like to eat. Hey, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm hungry. You say, hey, you eat. Y'all will eat at 3 o'clock in the morning and not say, oh, you're greedy. Yeah, y'all will get it.
I'm too old for that. I can't get to 3 o'clock in the morning.
Here's how you do it. It's your secret to everybody. Hey, you got a 24-hour fitness next to you. Hey, you working out 12 o'clock at night. Your metabolism still burning at 12 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? And you can eat stuff at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning because you don't work out.
People talking, you said no, listen, I can't eat like that no more, girl. I can't really eat after. I really can't eat after 9. Yeah, 9, really.
She's not completely, she's not wrong.
Oh, no, I'm talking about my anti-metabolism as. I had tea and maybe like a plantain chip. That's it. Like ice cream. Maybe like a month ago, I had ice cream after 9, like 9:30. I was watching just some ice cream. Ooh, that was rough. It's rough.
I mean, I'm dead serious. I'm 40 old, and there was some 18-year-old folks outside. They said, well, we're 18 and we look like you, and you're 40. Well, that's because they lazy or whatever. I'm not. I work out, move furniture, but the key is the faster your metabolism burns, you work out at night, you see what I'm saying? And you have a beautiful body and everything. Seriously, it just comes together because you're burning every stinking thing that you put into your body. And I've been able to do that with great accuracy, and I burn everything I eat, and I don't gain weight except for the muscle that I put in, meaning that I am putting in the work I am moving. I lifted 300 and something pounds with the man on the other end and me on the other, and so I lift things to gain strength, and so I've gained strength because now I can then lift 250 pounds by myself. Before, I struggled to get that off the ground. Now, I'm picking it up. So continue to work out, y'all. I'm dead serious. This stuff works. Work out. Forget what's on TV. Go to a gym. Go work out. You'll thank me for it. At night, not the morning time. A lot of people think, hey, I'm going to go get up at 5 in the morning. Nope, your metabolism's already awake. Work out if you're going to be.
There's nothing wrong with working early in the morning, and some of us allow it, okay?
You can work out.
I'm not going to be slim during the afternoon.
There have been periods where I work out early in the morning. I'm not talking about just me. I'm talking about years ago. There are people who work out in the morning and it's fine. And not everybody has to work out at night.
I work out early in the morning.
If you want to stay slim.
I can't work out late at night because my energy is so low.
Yeah, I can't work out late at night either. I used to do like 5 in the morning and 5 in the evening, my runs. And like it makes me sleep later when I work out later at night. So I'm getting old.
I'm running with 18-year-old people. I'm saying,
Okay.
Oh, Lord. You know, I found that you said it's just my new defeater because I got one yesterday. I knew this because people I know and love are into these, but y'all, Starbucks Americanos are really tasty. Good grief. If you get the medium Americano, it's got 3 shots of espresso. That'll get you through a few hours. You just tell me what I'm doing 2 of those a day, then I'm going full.
When do you drink your second
something, that stuff you'll get you're up there and then you'll crash. Like for me, if I'm working out, I try to stay away from a lot of caffeine because if you're running 6 miles, after 3 miles, you're like, what the hell? You're looking for something. Drinking something natural, that'll help you have a kick after 3 miles. You'll be able to maintain your speed and hold together in the 6 mile mark.
Who's reading books? Yeah, I'm not reading anymore. I stopped running.
Oh, you're not running. You've been passed out. Okay, I'm finna say, you don't have these people over here holding their stomach and cramping. I'm sorry, dude. I was like, yo, I would never drink caffeine and go running or swimming. You'll be at the bottom of the pool. No, don't do that.
Where do you swim at? Do you have a pool where you live, or you can water? Where do you swim?
I swim up at the Keller Laboratory. They have a state-of-the-art fitness center in there and a state-of-the-art swimming pool and hot tub.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
That's a massive natatorium. It's a huge multi-million-dollar facility out here that they put billions of dollars into so that we don't get rained on and so we can swim year-round and not have to worry about lightning. They spend billions of dollars to ground the pool so that even in bad weather, folks will have an opportunity to swim. So I'm grateful for that. I said I'm grateful for them dumping billions of dollars into the place.
Do you have to have a membership, or anybody can use?
Yeah, anybody can use that facility. You can pay a fee. Some people, if you're elderly, I forgot what it is. It's a different fee for those folks who are seniors, and then for folks like myself, it's something like $20 or $30. Or you can go to Lifetime Fitness, which is $110 a month. Lifetime Fitness is a hole in the wall place. Now it's clean, and I base stuff on cleanliness and all of that. And Lifetime Fitness seems to be pretty clean, and facilities are up to code. You know what I'm saying? You want to go to a place you go clean, and I do. I like Lifetime Fitness, and I like the downtown YMCA because they do keep that place clean. And speak for all YMCAs, but I can't speak for that one because they spent some $10 billion in there. So yeah, they put where it was needed.
So I have it's funny you said that because I realized it's like a couple years ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago. Is it just me, or has the qualities of YMCA gone up substantially since we were kids? I don't know why. Yeah, like nice, man.
It was improved downstairs at 5:30 in the morning, so it's not that bad. So them people that come in there, they got corporate dollars, and those people, you get your name in the floor, you see if you want to have your name down there. Some people don't want their name in the floor, but some people donate privately and all of that. But the YMCA, they said they wanted to redo the facilities, and they have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to redo the pool and all of that. And we want that out here. We want facilities that are up to code. On the south side of Fort Worth, you got people living, you would think, in like the third world country, and somebody said this isn't going to work. They redid the facility, flattened the building, and spent some $82 million. And now the place, the McDonald YMCA out here is no longer a hole in the wall. So that place has given a lot of black folks and people who otherwise would have had a facility. It gives them a place to actually go and work out in a safe environment. So I'm grateful for that, man. They have put a lot of money into making sure that black people and others have, including by donating baseball equipment to the folks out here on the other side of Fort Worth out here that did not have equipment for the baseball team. So we're rolling, brother. Everybody's doing good out here, man. We are helping and seeing help where we can.
Well, I think nationwide,
That's what's up, man.
nationwide thing, they renovated all the YMCAs.
What's the next one?
I think your renovations were like they do it. The one that you renovated every year. They do it all. It's based on that fundraising goals. They do it all. Okay.
Well, is it the case that southern ones, in y'all's experiences, are southern ones better than northern ones? Because the ones in the south I've seen are much better than the ones in the north.
until they move, but they helped a lot of women out here, including myself. That place was integral for real in my life, you know what I mean? And it taught me that I can make something of myself and that I didn't have to essentially live in utter poverty. That lady told me, she said, sister, man, she said, you're not like these other women. She said, go out here and do whatever God made you to do because you are 6'3", 200-something pounds. She said, there are jobs that are hiring tomorrow. I said, ma'am, please do not have me working in no office. She said, there's a moving company, Miss Smith, for you downstairs. I said, thank you, Jesus. And I'm very serious, man, because all the women complain. They go this job. And all these jobs I couldn't do. There was stuff dealing with seamstress and sewing clothes and computers, and I'm thinking, this is boring. When that dude told me, hey, we moving furniture down here for $18 an hour, and that dude told me we'll pay for all your tools and we'll feed you, shoot, them ladies was like, well, I don't want to do that. I said, y'all remember that? Let me tell you something, they wasn't laughing at that paycheck. I said, y'all do women sit up there and you that's how the women would make money. I said, you know what? I'm the man told me, they said, pump your chest up. I said, okay. They said, do this, pump your chest up. I pumped my chest up. I said, I'm getting money. While y'all sitting up here laughing at me and working in a nightclub. I was making really good money moving furniture while they sitting up there laughing at me.
Were you doing moving furniture or were you doing
Oh man, we was moving everything from office buildings to residential. Me and four men moved.
hold on, man, just real quick. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Man, is the race over? I didn't check. Is it over already? Wait, man, hold on.
Well, drums are on everybody. She's the favorite. She's the odds-on favorite, 90% on Kalshi and Public Market and all the election analysts right now are all saying she's the favorite. Yeah, it's over. I mean, we're going to see how close the margin is. But yeah, she's the odds-on favorite. I mean, this is kind of how it was when Tom Rico was the favorite the other day.
The black woman senator, incredible.
And one that no one supported except, they all support Tommy, but they didn't support Travis and me. But really happy that he's not on stage. Joe Biden thinks that it's real, it was real. They can all be upset about it, but we're going to have someone who does the damn thing, who challenges the status quo, who's not a stooge for corporate interest groups and crypto bros, and, all the things. I'm excited. Next we got, Sherry Brown, and then we got hopefully Josh Kirk. I'm praying that he wins his primary. But a lot of people I've been endorsing and stumping and screaming for are winning the primary. So maybe I'll listen about it.
The big one is Michigan. We can't let
there's a rumor, baby. There's a rumor. So McMurrow's just launched Team McMurrow on X, right? Her new little team, election account, right? She says there's a monumental announcement coming tomorrow, and I'm praying it's Whitmer, Big Gretch. I'm praying it's an endorsement for her. But I could be wrong. I don't know if she'll endorse in the primary. However, if she endorses her, it's over. It's just over. We know she hates El Said because remember, he competed with her in the primary for governor back in 2018. So that was third. That got third.
That's thing to do. I don't know. These people never think about their future. They just want.
And that's why it's hard.
So, is there any? Wait, I guess the Michigan final deadline is passed, right?
Yeah, it's over.
I was looking for the Rex to come out and she was running.
Well, this is a big growth campus, so they have some next. So I mean, she's already been endorsed by several senators. Who was it? This is the Iowa race, but I presume she's going to get probably more of these establishment Democrats or just Dems that are currently in Congress that are going to endorse her senators. Maybe Elizabeth Flockton jumps in, even though I know she said she won't because she's friends with Stevens and of course likes McMurrow. But I mean, hell, if she were to get Gary Peters endorsement, that would be a lot. Even if Peters endorsement, that would be pretty big news. Because why are you saying big news if it's it's not an endorsement? And what else really could it be? Just some campaign event? Like who cares?
Yeah, for sure.
But all my people are home person, man. Y'all want you to know that, man. You can be cool.
first?
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm just thinking, how little people are making it. I'm really happy about this. Unfortunately, there's some ones I'm still. I'm sorry, that tattoo, I understand, and some people don't care, that kind of shit still bothers me. But, you would think a city governor would be a better candidate and would be winning.
What's the plan? Should you say no?
I have such big. I initially liked him a lot because, of course, his politics and all the things you're saying. But a tattoo and the red post, I can forget red post, sure. Tattoo's just a lot for me. But I think he will be Collins, or he has a better shot because in every single poll that we've had in Maine, she does not. She barely the best we've gotten is a tie that she has with Collins Mills. So I'm just like, well, we really don't have a choice at this point because the one I wanted to run was Ryan Fact, Speaker of the House in Maine, and he's 34 years old. He's a young guy. He would have been great, but he didn't run. They all wanted to give it to Mills. Mills wanted it. She took her fucking time. Just literally, she waited till after Thanksgiving, wasn't it? To jump in. She's old. Yeah, so it's just like, at this point, I would just bow out if I was her and just endorse him and try to pray to God y'all can fight the Nazi tattoo ads. Yeah, that's just, but it ain't gonna happen because, Schumer wants her. Schumer's throwing everything behind her, even though he said he's not involved in any of the quote-unquote primaries.
But it's a big elf, right?
It really is.
But it's the Nazi tattoo.
It's the Nazi tattoo. If that never come out, I think Eagle would give a shit about his Reddit posts, honestly. We're in a Trump world now. No one cares about any posts you made on Twitter back in 2013 or whatever the fuck. No one cares about that. No. But the thing that I get from and also I got one Haley Stevens, that's also his candidate, but Josh Turner is a great candidate in Iowa. And I know no one cares to talk about Iowa, but he's such a good candidate. And he got Maggie Hassan and Catherine Cortez Masto's endorsement. I think he got another endorsement as well. I think it was, wasn't it Chris Coons? It was one of the other male senators that also endorsed it. He's one of the best, aside from the recruits, I'd say, in these, more establishment. We've already been elected figures like the Montolas, the Browns, the Coopers, right? He's someone that, to me, is a smart pick, a good pick, overperformed, and won a Trump plus 22 district. That's great. You're someone that makes sense. Prairie populism is what he says his campaign is all about. Zach Walsh is a little bitch boy. So, and I agree with Martha's politics. He's a progressive. However, I do not want him to win. He will not win and be Henson. And to me, it's just like, if somehow, some way, Turek can win and beat Walz, that's a state people really are sleeping on. That very well could flip because it was the same. This is the same margin Trump wanted that he won Texas, Alaska, and Florida by. So it's just what people should pay attention to. And that primary is coming up in, I think, May. Either May or June 2nd. I got to go back and look. had the courage. I don't know if she wants to be a senator. She totally young. I think she's in her early 40s. She wants to actually. That was a part of what we heard. She just quote unquote. This is what was said. She learned a thing or two from Pelosi and wants to respect Markey and doesn't want to challenge him. She doesn't want to be the face of quote unquote the young folks taking over seats. That's her business. I think she should challenge. She'll go from one seat when it comes out. She wants to be a years. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Markey's on the left. So maybe Markey is on the left. He's not in his 80s. He's not getting old. He should have retired. But he'll die in his seat. I'm not sure. He's still fighting. Well, no, I'm just being honest. I mean, there are plenty of people who were also, Jackson Lee, who had the energy, when Matt Saban doesn't have a shot. Say that again. Seth Moulton has no shot now. He's about 10 to 15 points in polling behind Moulton. Yeah, Seth Moulton is an idiot. He also made a take house seat to do this. He should have just. I'm sorry, the only one who had the riz to beat him in the primary was Ion Preston. So I would now call it, we don't have to call it the Jack McCarthy, but I think that maybe Moulton, if he wasn't done well, Stephon Walker is in the game. I know it's not Stephon Walker. Maybe he wasn't done. Maybe that's why I'm Kelly as well. She wants to just go out on a petty moment and try to fuck with Pritzker. And they can spend a lot more money in that pack he created. What is that beef again? I forgot. What's your choice on this? So he did not appoint her to be the Democratic Party chair of Illinois. Oh, she's mad about that. She's pissed. I'm talking anger. He didn't endorse her. He endorsed a different candidate. That one. And so she was so enraged about that. Big news about that. And the other part of one of the rumors I heard too is she wanted to actually be his lieutenant governor. And he said no. But this is like a long-standing beef. He's going to have a question. What about Jesse Jackson's race? He is, I haven't looked at his race in the last few minutes, but I was hearing he was, I had enough about him. Let me go to those wild. They said his comeback ain't going to be that and he'll come back that quick. Oh, wow. Yeah. That's too bad because he was on the go. He would be winning the Senate tonight if he hadn't gone to jail. Oh, absolutely. No. Why did he go to jail? Oh, he was stealing money. Yeah, he was stealing money. Campaigning for, he's not winning. He's not leading in any of the, I'm looking, is it 2? Which one is it? Yeah, it's 2, right? Yeah, he's losing right now to Donna Miller. Yeah, she's at 40% and 63% reported. He's only at 28. He's not going to win. It's over. And that cat, what the fuck her last name is? She's not winning either. It's going to be this who's winning. Illinois 7? Not Illinois 7. Is it Illinois 9? Sorry, Illinois 9. Interesting. Yeah, she's the progressive, the progressive with a capital P group. She's Palestinian. Oh boy. So she's losing, she was losing that before she had 18%. I think she's at like 25% after Cook dropped. I don't know what politics. But I love it for the thing. We're going to miss it. It's going to be interesting. I don't have a problem with this though. This is great. Like Lauren Stein is the one that's the problem. You know what I mean? Like, this is a progressive too. Like, it's just that, she's more progressive cat. That's why she's 28, or she's a kid. No shame. But she's a child. So, all the data, she's a hawkhead. So, she's a hawkhead. So, that's part of psychology. You know what I mean? But this is fine. So, they can shut the fuck up. I mean, people on Twitter right now are going crazy and all upset that she's going to lose. And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I can, there is some chatter about one of the House of Delegates in Virginia that is a Trump plus 15 district, and the Republicans are currently overperforming by 30 points. And this is before we got the mail-in ballots back. But this will be an overperformance, the second overperformance for a House of Delegates race. It's pretty much since Trump won, but Denson overperformed, I don't know how many races now, 30 or 40. So, and this is one of the best parts of Virginia.
well, it's low, and yada yada. No, it's not. And so you Republican folks, when you see your bank accounts and you're affected, it's not cool because this is affecting every poverty or whatever. Done well if you're this or that. No, the economy affects a lot of people. It does not care if you're Republican or Democrat. When those tariffs hit people, it's not fun. And at this time, this is not a fun economy. This is not where we should be. And I hope from the primaries, these folks will see their asses out the door. They've got to go. We cannot continue to run our country like my pastor said and some other folks in secular businesses outside of the church said, it's hurting my business. From farmers to folks that we speak to out here, they're hurting. And it's a problem. And when you have farm to table hurting, guys, that's not good either because guess
increased suicide rate this year in farmers also.
Repeat that again, please.
Increased rate of suicide within farmers as well.
That's a problem. No, that was not brought up. I know maybe some of those folks may have kept that private, but they talked about they're having to lean on their savings. And so we try to talk to these folks and the people who deal with agriculture and ag, and ag and turf is one of the largest companies in this area across the Southwest. They're one of the largest companies across the Southwest, and they have really good information about farming and best practices and all of that. So they have said, people are hurting out here, so you Republican, stop voting for this mess, because it's not helping. You guys need to get this right.
Race call, just minor one. State Representative Sean Ford will be the next congressman for Illinois Senate. He was backed by outgoing Congressman Daniel Davis and was targeted millions of dollars in tax ads from the crypto industry. So let's go with black man, period. Melissa Collier's urban she concedes. A candidate heavily backed by APAC loses in Central Western Chicago. Yeah, period. Sorry, you can continue actually much more.
Man, I like the information that you get, but seriously, we are in trouble and folks are hurting. And I just tell people, man, start talking to everyday folks, whether it be, especially even outside of a church, you get the idea of everyday businesses, people who manufacture everyday parts, from parts of your vehicle to people who deal with lights and gas and power to our state. All of that stuff is costing money. Why? Because Donald Trump's tariffs. These people are having that those folks who buy up the metal and copper, they just reported copper thefts in this area. They went up by 56% in copper thefts. Why? It's all this stuff is trickling down, and all of that stuff, people are becoming desperate. That is what they said, that people are going on the ground.
Another race called Donna Miller defeats Jesse Jackson Jr. Lost. He probably was going to lose anyway, but I wonder what kind of talking job. I just want to talk because his dad's passing, but then I wonder how come it's not against Biden and Obama and Harris helped his race too. Like that was kind of strange.
Oh, he
sometimes. And like they attack Angela also groups for Holocaust Remembrance Day. Like for her talking about it, for her posting about it. They like dragged her. I'm like, they're just sometimes just anti-Jewish. They're not even. Oh, I can't. Yeah, it's fucking anti-Semitic. Some of these are anti-Semitic bitches, and that's really all it is. It's just, they don't come at Chris Van Hollen at all. He's fucking funded by J Street, but they only want to talk about his APAC. Him not being funded by APAC. It's the same
J Street's, no, J Street's much better. Oh my god.
Well, I'm just saying, y'all both talking about similar laws to this, so it's to me, they're described there. I mean, J Street's like the anti-APAC. So like it's corporate tax money. It's like Mario after Angela also looks for taking money that can influence her votes when Van Hollen also takes money, which is very strange.
Well, there's also
You're watching for taking corporate PAC money and for taking money from J Street as well. They drag her all the time.
I mean, they should. J Street's not bad at all. Actually, they're like pro-Palestinians, kind of crazy. I mean, I support them.
I mean, I don't think it matters really. I mean, both of these, people take money, but whether someone is Jewish or whatever, if a Democrat talks about it, there seems to be a problem. I saw something today that the Jewish Museum out here, Walt Disney, was involved in the war and how they were Syria and things like that during that time as well. I found that to be interesting because I didn't know that Walt Disney had anything to do with any kind of war, to tell you the truth. When I think of Walt Disney, I think of Smiles. But yeah, the Holocaust Museum talked about that. I thought that was kind of interesting. So I think people should look that up, how Walt Disney helped in the war effort and that kind of stuff. That's pretty cool.
What do you find about Henry Ford?
What, you broke up? I hear it.
Don't worry about it. I've moved on.
Matt, since you just to take a step back for the Illinois politics, back when I was, blindly following the IGB all over the social media universe, that P. Ray, do you know who P. Ray is?
No.
The black chick, Chicago, to make Chicago red.
Oh my god, yeah.
What's his name? Did that have any impacts? Because they were going hard. When she went to Mar-a-Lago and what's his name, y'all? Little crackhead.
No one's here. It's in Chicago. No one's in
No, her name was P. Ray. She was connected to her grandfather and her dad or somebody who's old school politics. But it was, what was his name? Little angry dude. He used to be on Clubhouse. To make Chicago red again. King Carter. Yes. Oh my God. He once admitted that he would go to the Dem fundraising. The fundraisers was the bootleg black people, and then he would tell his boys who went so they would rob their houses while they were at the fucking fundraisers. What a piece of shit. King Carter was a fucking crackhead. But anywho, I always wondered how that impacted local politics with their Make Chicago Red, because they were all in. They were doing interviews on the local stations. He went to Mar-a-Lago. His little ass was so excited. Anywho, just crackheads. Crackhead.
of the office of no Americans. Like, it was like there's no physical office. It was funny as hell.
Office of no Americans.
The immigrants are taking over. The immigrants are taking over. Oh, Lord.
That's it. If they all just go away, all the problems will disappear.
You're the children. Everybody will be battling them, and I swear to God, those are probably the worst words that used to trigger the shit out of me. I do have to say, they did used to.
Has anyone seen Moose around? He's like disappeared.
No.
Yeah, I back channeled him to see if he was okay, but I didn't hear back.
Everybody takes breaks from time to time. Do you have his IG? I try to get people's IG so I can at least keep up with them.
Wait, is Matt still here? Hey, Matt. Do you know anything about New York 12? That's the open seat. I'm just curious.
It's a shit show. I mean, you know, his name,
Jazz Schlossberg.
Let me poke the holes, because I've not followed it as closely as I should have, and I thought he was supposedly the favorite, which I don't understand.
Because Alex is very good. I don't know if you've seen that. He's very
And I've got a little problem with Jack. You know, I mean, look, he's running on his money. That's really it. It's got to know better than I would, but aren't there candidates there who like been doing the work for years?
Yeah, there are. I only like him because he's on the end, but I think Alex.
Well, I think that's not what that's used for.
Yeah, he's leading in the polling. Second is Alex Boris. Yeah, similar. So he's second.
What, like, how close is 1 and 2?
He's so Jack is 25% and Alex is 20%.
No.
Yes. Second tier is Mika and George Conway.
Yes, that's Conway. That's
Conway's in third in terms of polling, but he probably will win Schlossberg because of name ID.
I want to say
But Boris has the money and organization, you know.
he's also the anti-crypto guy as well. Crypto's been going after him, and they had a debate, kind of on the environment tonight, with the three of them. And I don't know, Alex looked the best of all of them. I'm not just saying like he looked visually. He seemed to have it. You know what I mean? Jack would be. I don't know, like he was on something. He was a little, on edge, like he just did an 8-ball right before he got us.
Wow, all my candidates really won their primaries. To the top of the hat.
You need to give me some bets for cashews so we can at least make some money from your brilliant mind and for real.
Well, put some money down on Turk. And Ryan was no money.
I'm going to write this down. I think I'm playing.
I just got a crypto wallet. I'm gonna start showing cashew too.
Shit, why not?
Target when you
I got mad here.
coalescing around him, establishment, even though, it's not the favoritism. The establishment then, which in this case, they're making a good choice. Turk is the best candidate that we behind in our she hasn't been talking about her. She's been in the race since last year. So, sorry, I don't know the people that don't care stuff. But, yeah, I think she'll probably win the primary. What are the other primaries coming up? Michigan, McBride's going to win. So, like, hey, Stevens is not winning the primary. Stevens is no shape, no Jeffrey Crockett, another runner just want to see where, oh my God, hold the shoulder up. Oh my God, they're going to know stuff. They're not.
Well, Matt, I do want to give you your props, and those of you in this room, I signed up to be a delegate for the Harris County Democrat people. I have no idea what this entails, but I'm going to be at University of Houston on Saturday all day, and they're going to have speakers, workshops, breakout sessions, exhibitors. I'm actually kind of excited because I've never been able to do this before. Yeah, no, I'm like, you know what? I gotta do my part to sway these Republicans to vote for Talarico. So shout out to Kim, because she, I was like, Kim is volunteering. I can get my ass out there and volunteer and do the shit and yapping it up with y'all. So yeah, I'm kind of excited. I have no idea what this entails, like I said, but yeah, it's like an all-day thing in Houston. So yay me! I am officially a Democrat.
Oh, I'm shocked. Okay, welcome to the club, honey. I joined last year. Period.
You're welcome. Yeah, I'm like, might as well do something.
Period. Big D Democrat. Period.
Period.
I know it's a lot like.
I'm sorry, what was that? Trent, stop hating Trent.
Trent, you need to just go join the Republican Party because we know what you are.
Exactly. How you gonna say good luck with that? You're such a crackhead, Trent.
Man, I said good luck with that.
Oh, I thought you were being snarky.
I thought it was shady too.
My bad.
Trent was like that. It's never a game. It's always not. Right, you know I made it.
Excuse me, hold on. Miki, I already told you that I would connect you with some folks connected there if you wanted to, and I meant that sincerely. So I'll text you offline, and I mean, good luck with that.
Yeah, I can't run because, I cuss people out and I have some pictures.
CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud taking him out to play fucking quarterback again. Connected with that.
You know what? I would connect. He has a Christian foundation. I don't know what happened with CJ Stroud. I didn't even want to talk about that, but you know what? Ever since he took that heifer, Amber Rose, he gave her a ride home. Remember that? She put some shit on him. I'm sure of it. I'm like, I knew it was some bullshit. I can't believe how he just. I didn't even want to talk because it just broke my heart so much. This was their chance. And he's just like, what the fuck, CJ? I don't understand.
first congressional issue. But going back to Texas, now Paxton has a lot more, I think he has a lot more to play with because, yes, it, obviously, quote unquote, is going to be on the floor, the SAFE Act, but we know it's not passing. And all this does is, the longer this takes for us to quote unquote kill the SAFE Act officially and formally, the better it is for Paxton's obviously. So,
But who do we want to win, Matt? Who do we want? What did Tellerico beat?
Because he's not going to get endorsement probably, but I wouldn't dual endorsement because Trump hinted in the New York Times article a few days ago he is leaning now towards a dual endorsement of both candidates, which is fucking hilarious. And according to polling, if he does dual endorse both, then Paxton wins. So,
what does a dual endorsement mean, though? You're just endorsing the party? I mean, I've never heard of it.
that's happened before. Yeah, it's endorse both candidates.
I endorse both. Okay.
Yeah, I endorse those candidates, but I voted for Tellerico. But whoever can do it, I think that this is actually a shot. Now, I don't want to get my heart broken because Beto also had a shot. As long as you have a shot like this,
though, it was always against Cruz. This time, Paxton is, I know it's hard to imagine he's worse than Cruz. He's worse than Cruz. Has always been performed, right? Survived an impeachment, but only because of partisanship and corruption. This is, I'm actually fine if either of them, but of course I'm going to feel better if it's Paxton as not. So, it feels like we're leaning towards Paxton being the nominee. As the days go on, there are more and more MAGA and just Republicans that are saying they want Paxton to be nominated. They're writing to Trump, they're tweeting at Trump, they're communicating to him privately, they do not want him. And Texas is just a state that keeps on giving at this point. In terms of getting coaches.
So, Matt, have they made any declaration about how much they support the war or not, Paxton or Cornyn?
I have not read tweets regarding it, but they both are going to support whatever Trump does because they both need his endorsement. So they're not going to likely come out against it. Just like we know, Cornyn has now shown his quote unquote openness to abolishing and getting rid of the filibuster, which he never would want to do before. He's only saying that though to get Trump's endorsement. So if it's something Trump's doing, they will not be criticizing it. They both are begging to be endorsed.
But we have so many local issues, Spiritness, that I think that that's actually what's going to get it. Because ICE is a problem, but like we have the grids, that's a problem. A lot of people are not happy with this school choice thing, which benefits wealthy people. There's a lot of cities that have funding issues and deficits. And you're right, Matt, it's not Cruz. Like I said, nobody ever admits to liking Cruz, but they all vote for that fucker. He's just like a bunion on your foot. It's just so hard to get the fuck away from Cruz. Nobody likes Cruz. Their friend group didn't even like them in the River Oaks. That was a friend of theirs that leaked those text messages. Like that was a private text message group. That's what I'm saying. Nobody likes them, but I just have hope. So, Matt, I hope so. I think who's going to get it is more of the Texas issues than the national issues. Because you know how Texans are at the end of the day. We're selfish as shit.
Absolutely.
So, I pray to God, just don't say shit about guns, and he should be okay.
No, he's been very vocal about that. They've already talked to him, trying to
Thank God.
he's already explained he's pro-Second Amendment. He has no interest in taking on his guns. He wants what Texas won. Texas actually, per polling, wants universal background checks. So he said, I'm for what the people have asked for. I'm not coming at any of you saying I want to do a fucking gun recall or a gun buyback, like what Beto was saying. So he's very smart. He's not
early, and I will be very excited about it. This is still what we see in October. But he's leading both of them in polling. So, leading against both of them in polling. He's ahead. So, we'll see as things get, once we know who the nominee is for Republicans, I'm looking forward to those debates. I will watch. I'm sure they're going to try to do like 4 or 5, because they're going to want to try to get him as much as they possibly can on stage. So I'm looking forward to however many they have, And not that anyone cares. The Kentucky Democratic primary debate was tonight. It's the Democrats a little slow. Charles Booker looked great. Unfortunately, obviously, we have men that are winning. Kentucky, good. It was a good debate.
Well, Trump is helping. I know y'all talked about it, but